ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. The music's on in the background. The title screen is up. You know what that means. It's time for your Old Humble happy hour to begin. Get your cocktails ready because we're going to get started in just a few seconds.
A little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
That's right, folks. Get you a bottle of our delicious whiskey today. And if not today, then as soon as you possibly can. I am the Old Humble guy. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company's what do I call this thing? The Old Humble Distilling Company's Whiskey Wednesday Happy Hour. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the show. Am I centered? I don't think I'm centered. I can fix that by moving this way. Does that make me centered? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Got to make everything, do all the stuff. This is your regular Wednesday night happy hour, your regular Wednesday night sip and hole for happy hour festivities. I am drinking our Old Humble Distilling Company legendary Boomtown Bourbon. Tonight I am going to have a smoked bourbon. What smoke are we using today? Pecan? No, I'm gonna hang on one second. I'm gonna get a different wood. Let's go with get the box over here. Come here, box. Get this box. What do we got? I don't want to do walnut. I want to do cherry. No. You know what? I do want to do walnut. I've decided. I will do walnut. What we got? That's apple. There's walnut. I'm going to do walnut. So this is our, I don't want to show off the brand because they don't sponsor nothing. This is our, this is the kit that I got for smoking, my whiskeys. It is simply a, one of those little wooden whiskey hats. So I put my, yeah, I did. Simply one of those little wooden whiskey hats. Like so. 4 different types of wood. It came with some, where are they? Metal chilling stones. There they are. Yeah. It came with some whiskey stones that are metal, as you can see here. I don't use them. I don't like them as much. I have this phobia of these rocks falling on my teeth and chipping my tooth. I don't want that to happen. Oh, cheers. Absolutely delightful. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I don't use those, but they're cool to have, I suppose. And it comes with the butane torch. like so. But I am the Old Humble guy. I run and operate the Old Humble Distilling Company. You can see the spinning logos around here. We are still on subscriber watch. We're at actually 1,989. And let me add in here the what is it? The browser window? No. Window capture. That's the one I'm looking for. Counter number 2. This is the actual live count. Whoosh. This is the actual live count that I'm watching in the background. I'm expecting this to pop to 2,000 any day now. I'm hoping. We went up. Well, we've gone up a couple in the last few days. We'll put this down over here. The one up top. I like this one up here on top. Because check this out. If I hide it and then I turn it back on, it does that little roller thing where it counts up. Which I think that's kind of cool. I like that. But this one gives us the actual count. This one over here gives me the actual count. So I like having that too. And I'm just going to turn that off. So we're at 1989. We were at 1990 for a little while. We were at 1990 for a little while earlier today, but then it dropped back down to 1989, and that's fine. But you know, I expect with the Texas Whiskey Fest going on later this month, I just really haven't pushed hard. I've had other stuff to do than shorts, and shorts is where I get a lot of my subscribers. There, put a little bit of the walnut in there. Now I want to show y'all. I really do. I like the presentation of the whiskey smoke. I like the presentation a lot. So we add whiskey, and for my purposes, I like a double shot. Let me give it a little bit healthy pour there. Put my whiskey back up here where it belongs so y'all can see it, as it is a staple of the program. Put it right there. There we go. And also, I do have announcements from the distillery. This clear label is on its way out. It will be disappearing soon and being replaced with a new designed label. But in the meantime, we are releasing our 72-hour blackout bourbon. And that label release, that unveiling of the label will be in the next, well, it'll be next weekend, as a matter of fact. All right, so here's the presentation. We got the wood, a little wood hat, a little thing. Fire it up, cook it, and then the smoke will begin cascading down into the drink. There it goes, starting to fall. You're supposed to hold this on here for a full minute while it cooks all the wood that's in the basket and gets nice and smoky. But look at that smoke billowing in there. Oh yeah, it's good stuff. And I have a fan on in here and everything. But it's supposed to be a full 60 seconds. It's got a nice head of smoke in here. And then I cap it and let it sit and soak. Oh, the smell is delightful. All right, we just cap it and let it sit and smoke for a few minutes, for a few seconds, anywhere between 2 and 5 minutes to give it that time to soak. And I'm just going to set it right over here. There we go. So, updates from the distillery. We have our clear label going out the door, the end of the era. No more clear labels are going to be made. I've signed the last of those bottles. Those are going in boxes. They're going to be gone when the distributor picks them up, and I will never have another clear label in my distillery again. In the meantime, I will be bottling up and preparing for our label release party, the 72-hour blackout bourbon, starting next week. So next Friday will be the unveiling of the new 72-hour blackout Boomtown Bourbon special edition label that's made with water collected from the freeze that happened in February of 2021. Our 72-hour blackout freeze. So that's where the 72-hour blackout comes from. It is not a suggestion of serving size or evening activities. It is simply a recollection of the event that happened, the 72-hour blackout that happened here in Texas over the course of 3 days in February of 2021. So that's next week. I'll also begin in the next 2 weeks the construction of our bathroom in the distillery. The first part of our build out, phase one of the build out, will be the bathroom. Phase two of the build out will be putting in the walls around the tasting room. Phase three of the build out will be finishing the partition between the operating floor and the office. Sunflowers in the house. Cheers. So those are the three phases of our build out. Of course, getting the electrical in and getting everything that's all part and parcel of the same deal. And it kind of all comes together slowly but surely. We're going to get this thing put together and done by the end of the year. Most of it will be done by, or some of it will be done by May 20th when we have our unveiling and release of the 72-hour blackout bourbon. How would I know how to purchase it? Yes, I would, Tater Don. All you need to do, or Tater Dom, all you need to do is contact me via email, and then I'll be able to return to you information in detail. Email info@oldhumbledistilling.com. Direct message through Facebook, direct message through Twitter, direct message through Instagram, direct message through any way you contact anybody. We're on all the channels. Feel free to contact me from any which direction. And we are tomorrow morning. I have a meeting with a company that does third-party fulfillment for online purchases, so that I will be able to sell directly through my website and have a third-party fulfill and deliver the whiskey directly to your door. And it might ultimately end up being cheaper than if you buy it through me directly, because I have to go to the store, buy the whiskey, put it in a box, ship it out. The distillery can't sell it, but I personally can go to the store, buy the whiskey, put it in a box, ship it out. And that's not uncommon. And if you catch me during my live streams during the week when we go through Restream, I have the price list and computer fund, and we're trying to upgrade our equipment and all the stuff that we're doing so that we can do better live streams and better reach people through the online mediums. But that's not a tonight show. That show is for other nights. What we do tonight is strictly for fun, not for. I mean, it's outreach, it's brand awareness and all that shit. But I'm not the rest of the week, the other 5 days of the week when I do the other streams, going through Restream, that's the one where I try to raise the money. This is, we'll probably start doing super chats when I finally get monetized. But that's down the road. We're nowhere near monetization. We are nowhere near monetization. I mean, we're chasing subs right now. We're still pushing for the next milestone, 2,000 subs. But my monetization hours, the public watch hours on the road to monetization, because you have to have 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours for monetization. My monetization point, I'm at like half that right now, and it's partly because I don't go live very often. I'm live once a week. I have a job. I'm working at the distillery. I work a lot. Most of the time when I'm able to go live, I'm working. When people go live like between 5 and midnight, that's when I go out and do my tastings. And speaking of which, my tastings start. My Texas Roadshow begins this Friday. Oh yeah, those are much better. I like these much better. These are not nearly as dark as the other ones. Lower the lights down a little bit. Did that do it? Yeah. But I also touched a fucking cable. Did I just... Did I... Okay, my camera looks like it froze. Deactivate, reactivate. Did that work? Nope. See, this is what I'm talking about. Need to update my equipment because this just did this. There's that. Did that fix it? That did not fix it. Okay. We get rid of it. What just happened? What just happened? This is the one. Deactivate, activate. Nope, this is not working. We got to remove it. There we go. I'm coming back. Hold on. I'm coming back. See, the audio still works, but the video died. Well, I'll fix it. Hold on. See, this is the other screen. Take 1 second. No, that didn't do it. Okay. I literally tapped a cable. And that caused my... See, last night my tech was fucking up because my tech was fucking up. The fuck just happened? There we go. Last night my tech was fucking up because we had an update that came through. There we go. That fixed something. HD web, come on. All right. So this is start. Plug you back in. Did this do it? Did it do it? Come on. Activate. All right. So we're gonna hold off. This is gonna be this camera for just a second. My lo-fi cam. But we're gonna get to the topic of the day. The topic of the day is science fiction and pop culture. And if you caught me last night, I was kicking around the idea of a couple of theses that I was working on, contemplating with regards to the with the idea of pop culture and science fiction. And I'll worry about the camera on the next screen in a second. And you know, I've kind of come full circle on it, and I've rejected the thesis that I was kicking around last night, and we're gonna the smoke has dissipated out of my drink. You can see that, and here's the really cool thing: you see where it's clinging to the side. This is all condensation from the smoke, and that is literally, this is all literally just smoke, condensed smoke from the walnut smoke. All of this, and it's all on the inside right here too. So if I swirl my whiskey around, you know that stuff you buy for crawfish boils, the liquid smoke? That's exactly what this is. It is liquid smoke that is condensed inside and I just swirled my whiskey around and dissolved that smoke in my whiskey. And now if I drink it, that is an extra smoky, extra flavorful whiskey. I'm not going to say whether it makes it better or worse, but personally, I like it. It tastes good. Hit the like button. You did. Oh, Bacon's in the house. Cheers, Bacon. What's up, my man? So that's we did a talk about smoke and smoke and whether or not smoke does anything. I was skeptical. I was legit skeptical when I did the show, when I did the discussion on smoke, when I researched it. I was skeptical as to whether or not smoke was really a thing, or if it was just like, you know, you light the wood on fire and it gets all up in your nose, like with a cigar, and it's all in your head. But having looked at the science and actually looked at it in action, it's a thing, and it does. I mean, it legit does stuff to your whiskey. Whether you like it or not is a matter of taste. Me personally, I mean, I like the way I don't like it the way it changes it all the time. For me, it makes it just like a smoky cocktail. A smoky old fashioned is really really good, but you know I got to be in the mood for it. Just like when I'm kicking back with a sixer of Lone Star or Miller High Life or you know any of the yellow beers that I drink. I got to be in the mood for a smoky whiskey, and today I was in the mood for a smoky whiskey. and it just comes up and goes through your nose. You can just it really does. I won't say it transforms it into a scotch, but it really does walk it down the road towards scotch. And if you like a good smoky scotch, that is a nice compromise. If you like a good smoky scotch and a good smoky bourbon, that is a nice compromise between the two. So anyway, what I was talking about, topic of the night, science fiction and pop culture. So science fiction, have I gotten all the updates out of the way? Yeah, our labor release party on May 20th. That's the last update. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page, Twitter page. We've got links all over the place. The party's through Eventbrite. The party's through Facebook. It's live and in person. The only place you'll be able to get these 72-hour Boomtown Bourbon bottles, the 72-hour Blackout Boomtown Bourbon bottles, the only place you'll be able to get them is from the distillery. So I will not be sending them to stores. I will not be shipping them out with my distributor. They will be exclusive to the distillery. So if you're not in Houston and you don't know how to use email or direct messenger to contact me, then I don't know what to tell you. You're a lost fucking cause. Because that's just how it goes. Okay. Topic of the night. Topic du jour. So this is how we do the happy hour show. I do my housekeeping stuff, have a tech issue, fix the tech issue, and then move on to our topic of the night. And this is, you go to a bar, you order a drink, you sit down, the random stranger next to you, and this is this is us striking up a conversation. I have a topic. I'm going to kick off. I've researched the topic. I have my little thesis. I have my little monologue. I'm going to talk about my topic. And then I'm going to kick it over to chat. And I don't know where the hell chat's going to go. It's going to be whatever for as long as we've got chat to discuss. And I'll just let it roll. So we've caught up over here. As far as chat goes, it's been fairly quiet over there. You guys have been kind to me. And now we get into the topic of the night. Science fiction and pop culture and the intersection of the two. So typically speaking, fiction falls into the fantasy genre. There's two different types of fictions, though. There's the romance situational fiction where it's just it's just a story that's being told within a period, within a time, within an event, right? It's not a fictitious world necessarily, but it could be a fictitious world. And it's, either a relationship type of thing, murder mystery type of thing, whatever. It's a story that's being told. It's a story that's being told, and it's an ABC story that's being told. That's it. It progresses from A to B to C to D, and it's just telling the story, right? So that's one type of fiction. Very rarely does it have necessarily a lot of depth. Very rarely is it allegorical. Very rarely is it. I mean, it can be. Don't get me wrong. It can absolutely be allegorical. Absolutely, like To Kill a Mockingbird was not so much allegorical as it was just like on the nose. But it doesn't necessarily have deeper meaning. It's just here's the story and that's it. And even with To Kill a Mockingbird, it was a story that was being told, and it had deeper meaning because of the time period and the meaning underlying the story and all of that. Why people were doing what people were doing and but it wasn't. It didn't have. There wasn't any mystery to it. There was literally a one-to-one. In this case, a tree was a tree. The old adage from the Bible: sometimes a fig tree is just a fig tree. In this case, like fig trees were fig trees. There was a little bit of meaning behind the stuff, but for the most part, cars were cars, people were people, things were what they were. They didn't represent other things; they just were what they were. But then you go into the science fiction realm, and in some cases, allegorical fiction. Science fiction is kind of an offshoot of the allegorical fiction, where science fiction and allegorical fiction, but science fiction is a modern version of the allegorical stuff, where the characters represent other things. And with science fiction, this is where science fiction intersects with our pop culture, and this is what's really cool about it. They can take a current modern circumstance, pull it out of the current modern circumstance and put it in a world and culture and place that is completely foreign to us. So we don't recognize it. We don't recognize it. We can't go, yeah, but this is how we were raised. This is what we were doing. You don't get to do any of that because these are like foreign people in a foreign land, in a foreign planet, in a foreign universe that is just completely separate from us. But these people, there's one aspect or two aspects that they're identifying and pulling out and dropping in, and this is what we want to talk about. We want to talk about and one of the really cool things about how science fiction intersects with pop culture is that science fiction more often than not will talk about one specific type of uh, cultural current event, a social a social issue of the time when it's written, and expound upon that in a format where they can talk about it without the stigma associated with it. And like the first science fiction novel, the largely accepted first science fiction novel ever written, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. You know, Frankenstein was a largely a novel about Frankenstein's monster. Largely a novel about otherism, foreigners, fear of the unknown, fear of outsiders, and fear of technology run amok. It was all embodied in a monster, a scientist's monster. And you know the fear of the unknown ended up being the townspeople coming after Frankenstein's monster with a bunch of pitchforks and torches, and you know, bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Spoiler alert: they kill the monster, and I think they kill the scientist too. Spoiler alert: it's a 200-year-old novel. I think by now you should have read it if you haven't read it. But then you look at stuff like Star Trek. Star Trek that talked about race relations, that talked about uh, capitalism, that talked about greed, that talked about exploration, that talked about uh, interaction with uh, 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 advanced people's interaction with less advanced people. They talked about all of these social, um, all of these social issues from the 60s and late 60s, mid 60s when and they're still talking about all these issues today. Another one, Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest talking about imposter syndrome, uh, imposter syndrome, feelings of inferiority, as well as the fantasy escapism. Galaxy Quest is basically the same movie as Three Amigos. Those of you who are familiar with the Three Amigos being the Western uh, Western period drama featuring Chevy Chase and Martin Short and Chevy Chase, Martin Short, and Steve Martin. Brilliant, fucking brilliant movie. Absolutely brilliant movie. But if you take those people out of the Wild West or the Western states and Mexico and you put them in space, you have Galaxy Quest. Um, Modern Trek. Actually, I'm not familiar with Modern Trek, so I can't really talk about Modern Trek. Uh, but you know, even movies like Star Wars, Star Trek, the most recent one that I've seen, the most recent release of science fiction that I've seen, you know, Looper, that talks about the ideas of not so much time travel, but just escapism and being able to escape the grind. Uh, Man, that movie's deep on a surprising level. If you let it be deep, you don't have to let it be deep, and that's the really other cool thing about science fiction. You can just enjoy the movie for what it is. You don't have to go to the layers under the layers under the layers under the layers. Um, and a very specific movie like that, where it has layers upon layers, is The Tomorrow War. That's literally our grandchildren and our children and grandchildren going to us from 30 years in the future and saying, do something now. We have an alien that is invading us. We know it's happening. We need you to do something now. And in order to get you to do something now, we're going to turn on a fucking time machine and we're going to take you from today and bring you into the future so that you can fight the fight that you left to us. On the surface, it's literally about aliens. It's an alien movie. It's an alien fight 'em up, shoot 'em up, monsters, rah rah rah. Everything's exciting and fun. Time travel. Oh, this is so cool. Explosions. That movie is 100% about climate change. There's a looming catastrophe, and in 30 years, we're all fucked. Guys, your kids are asking you to do, your grandkids are asking you to do something today so that they won't be fucked in 30 years. That is literally about climate change. And literally, the monster comes from the frozen tundra, a frozen glacier in Russia. Could it be more on the nose? No. It couldn't. The only way it could be more on the nose is if they came out and said, this movie is about climate change, the Tomorrow War. um, um, but yeah, that's one of the really cool things about science fiction movies is you can enjoy them just on the, because again, uh, the Tomorrow War, on its surface, you've got time travel, you've got explosions, you've got monsters, you've got guns, you've got Chris Pratt being a fucking superhero, you've got all the stuff, and it is so entertaining and so much fun to watch. If you just want to sit back, grab a bucket of popcorn, and watch the movie, it is a thoroughly entertaining movie all by itself. But the great thing about science fiction and pop culture is that there's always this intersection between uh, the science fiction and pop culture, and the way science fiction intersects with pop culture is that it usually takes this social issue out, and they can do that with other fantasy genres too. C.S. Lewis famously did it with his books and Narnia and all the other shit that they did. Where they take one aspect or they take their entire fictional world and make it an allegory to something else, whether it's religious texts or whether it's social issues, or Orwell did it with his dystopian science fiction future, but even that falls into the science fiction category. Ray Bradbury did it with his stuff. It's not unique to science fiction, but it's unique in that science fiction is this modern retelling of these stories, and a lot of times these stories are fictional stories from previously. At this point, I can continue to repeat myself and ramble on, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to kick it over to chat. We're going to kick it over to chat. But first, I'm going to have a word from our sponsors so that I can get my camera angle set up on the other screen. Enjoy.
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Whoops. Didn't get it done quite in time, but we're there. We are there now. I got it done. Not quite in time, but we got it done. Put me there, and yeah. So open up chat. It's now the part of the show that I like to call Old Humble After Dark, Old Humble Overnight, Old Humble Coast to Coast. But chat's been quiet. This must have been a lame topic because nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about this topic. And that's fine. We can talk about guns. We can talk about fucking guns. We can talk about climate change. We can talk about whiskey. We can talk about I don't know, what makes a whiskey a good whiskey. What is it that makes whiskey a good whiskey? What separates $100 whiskey from a $40, $30, $20 whiskey? I know what separates $20 whiskeys from other whiskeys. They taste like shit. I don't like $20 whiskeys. I haven't found a $20 whiskey that I like. Let me put it that way. not generally a fan of $20 whiskeys. But I don't know what y'all want. I don't have a backlog in chat. There's the live count right there, 1989. Oops, get back up there. There's the live count. I'll put this up here. We'll check in on it every once in a while. Whoop. We'll check in on the live count every once in a while. But I'm not going to check in on it right now. All right, where was I? Back to chat. It's a pretty good question. Oh, here we go. We got Dustin in on it. For its transitions, depth, and length of finish. That's what separates the $50 whiskeys from the $100 whiskeys, the $100 whiskeys from the $20 whiskeys. Yeah, I mean, there's a complexity to it. When you talk about scotches and stuff like that, the best scotches that I've had, they have 2 or 3 different barrels. There's a complexity to the flavor, complexity to the complexion of it. It's not necessarily a dark scotch. It's not necessarily a heavily colored or heavily barreled, because sometimes they use used barrels. But it's the work that goes into it. Like you said, the transitions and the depth. So if you go from a oak barrel to a used barrel to a finishing barrel to a flavored barrel that's like a port or a cabernet or a sherry or something like that, they have these layers to them, these transitions between the first 2 or 3 years in aging and the next 2 or 3 years in aging and the next 2 or 3 years in aging. But there's also a lot to be said for just the clean, straight taste when you get a whiskey that's just straightforward. I mean, I like my scotches that have the layers to them. I'm a big fan of scotch. I like scotch. Scotch was my introduction to whiskey. I really like single malt scotches. I really like single malt scotches where they do stuff to them. I don't like scotches where they use port barrels and sherry barrels and all that shit. I don't like port and I don't like sherry. So I don't like that flavor in my whiskey. So if you finish your whiskey in a port barrel or sherry barrel, I'm not gonna like it because I don't like those drinks. I just don't. But I like the smoke. I like the flavor. I like the malting. I like what they do. I just like what they do with what they've got, and I think that's why I like rice whiskey. The rice whiskeys that I have, I like them because they're so strong in flavor. But on the flip side, I also like whiskeys that are just straightforward, just a straight shooting, straightforward. This is what we're gonna talk about type. Because you get a Corvette and it's a fucking fast car. You drop the hammer and it goes, Ving! And you know what you're getting when you get in a Corvette. You don't get in a Corvette and it says, "Hi, how are you? I'm going to be your companion for the day." Let's, it buttles you. You don't need to be buttled in a Corvette. You want to sit down, drop the hammer, and just zing, go from point A to point B faster than other people. That's it. There's also something to be said for that, and I think that's what I like. I don't know if I haven't found any bourbons that employ the same type of complexities that scotches employ. Because of the restrictions on bourbons, you can't, no flavoring, no additives, no colorings, all that shit that you can't do with. You can have a bourbon that's finished in a blah 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 blah, but it can't just be bourbon. And I'm a big fan of saying that our bourbons are bourbons that taste the way bourbon should taste. It doesn't have that all that falfalol and Nostradamus and Flooferballs. It's just fucking bourbon. That's it. None of the medicine-y aftertaste, none of the highs, none of the lows. It's just bourbon. That's it. You drink it, you know what you're getting, and it tells you, it gets to the point, it says, "This is who I am," and we're done. And that's it. And it comes in, it drinks, and it goes, and you're done. That's it. You're done. You're finished. You know, if you want to add drinks and flavors and stuff to it, you can do that. But you know, I don't need my bourbon tasting like candy apples. If I want a cocktail, I'll get a cocktail. I don't need my bourbon to be flavored. Anyway, anywho, who we got? Vanessa Kitty's in the house. Cheers. Who's this? Is that Bimbo Barbarella's music program? Bimbo Barbarella's music program. Cheers. Bimbo Barbarella's music program. One of my fervent supporters over there on the Twitters. Also, we're on the TikToks. If y'all, I don't do a lot of whiskey content on TikTok because there's a lot of my TikTok is the same as my shorts in YouTube's, except I get a little bit more incendiary on the TikTok because I figure that whole platform's probably going to go away eventually. If the Chinese military continues to run, the Chinese government continues to have a hand in running TikTok. Yeah, if the American government had a social media app, if the American government ran a social media app, we would shit our pants. We would we'd be all like, the CIA is running skip track or whatever the fuck they'd call it. The CIA is trying to keep tabs on us and check our locations and blah blah blah. But you know, if it's fucking People's Republic of China, we're like, yeah, cool. Here's some dick pics, China. Enjoy. Why are we more okay? Why are we more okay with the fucking Chinese Communist Party? God damn it. I hit a button again. Let's see if I can fix this. Deactivate? Activate? Nope. Gonna have to full on. Why are we more okay with the Chinese Communist Party having access to all of our shit, you know, through our social medias and social networks and all that, than we would be with there it is. I'm sitting there with my mouth just wide fucking open, aren't I? Good God. All right. I mean, it boggles the mind. And the fucking millennials are out there going, oh, it's because they can't control the narrative. They can't control the information. Like, they don't give a shit about your videos. You think you're doing something? You think you're doing something with your fucking... How is that already in use? How is that already in use? Where is it in use? I don't think it's already in use. Is that it? Yeah, I need to get rid of this. Don't, I'm not gone, not gone, I'm not gone, I'm not gone. Like, yeah, I don't, like, the millennials are fucking, they crack me up. They're like, we're doing important shit with our TikToks. Like, no, you're not. You're doing nonsense, you fucking goobers. HD2, there's me. Hi. Uh, it's gone again. Is it back? There it is. There it is. There it is. All better. They're so fucking proud of themselves. Why is it in here twice? Get rid of that. There we are. They're so fucking proud of themselves that they think they're changing the world with their fucking TikToks. But they don't seem to realize that you know, you still have to show up for stuff. Like, the TikToks don't fucking do anything by themselves. You still have to show up. You still have to do things. You still have to, you know, bring the juice boxes. Ugh, fucking millennials. They crack me up. They really do. They crack me up. They think they're doing stuff, but you still got to show up. Anyway, Bimbo, Vanessa, Dustin. See, you like the port. See, I know that you like the complexity and you like the depth of flavor. I don't like port or sherry. I don't like either one of those. I just don't. it just when I taste port or sherry with my whiskeys, it makes the whiskey taste like cough syrup. I don't like cough syrup. So yeah, there you go. Um, there's bacon in the house. Everybody's saying cheers there. Really old bourbon can certainly get there, but it's pretty. Yeah, I mean they don't. We usually don't get bourbons that are really old. Most of our bourbons are between 5 and 7 years old, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. Um, um, I'm perfectly fine with that. Uh, and I think when the American government just showed their hand with Discord and their ability, but I think you're talking about the leaked documents that just came out. I've been seeing stories about leaked documents, leaked documents, leaked documents. Um, like if you didn't think the American government could, I mean, they've been able to do that since 2002 after the Patriot Act. I mean, this is something that we've known for a long time. When Ed Snowden dumped all the stuff about the surveillance state that we're under, we've been under a surveillance state for 20 years. I mean, they can absolutely backdoor their way into all kinds of shit. Um, it's not so much shitting on millennials. It's just, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done. And we deserve a lot of the shit that we get too. Us Gen Xers, we deserve the shit that we get. We checked out through the 80s and 90s. We were the whatever generation. We were overlooked. As we were coming at like an entire machine was built that left us out. We were told it was built for us too, but the reality was it wasn't built for us. It was built for the boomers and fuck everybody else. But we were told it was built for us, so we had a choice to assimilate or get left behind, and we did. We assimilated. I mean, the elder Xers are hardly any different from the boomers. The elder Xers are hardly any different than the boomers. We're talking about people like Ted Cruz and the fucking most vile people on the planet are basically kids of boomers that took what the boomers were doing and said we could do it better. And they're gross. These people are fucking gross. The younger Xers, who I count myself among, we're more like the next couple of generations, but because the rules had already started actively changing by the time we hit the job market, and the bill of goods that we were sold was getting stale and old real fast. People like me could, the housing bubble was catching up to people like us as we were getting in the market to buy houses. The housing bubble was, the housing bubble was peaking. We realized firsthand that the whole market was made to fuck us. Was not made to benefit us. It was totally made to fuck us. But that said, you know, it's one thing to have 2.5 million TikTok followers. It's another thing to get those TikTok followers to show up. It's one thing to have a huge following on your social media platforms. As many politicians have learned in the last 3 cycles, it's one thing to be a TikTok sensation. It's another thing to have these fucking kids actually show up. And these kids are they're beginning to realize the thing that we realized when we were coming of age, that the machine is not made for you to win. The machine is made to fuck you. It's made for other people to win. You've got to you got to work. You got to fucking show up, and you got to fucking work. It's not enough to demonstrate in the streets. You got to show up in November. You got to go out there and you got to register people. And when you register people, you got to follow up with them and make sure they fucking show up. Because if they don't show up, you get a fucking supermajority in the Tennessee House that kicks 2 representatives out just because they spoke up. But that's just me being a cranky old man. Get off my fucking lawn, you damn kids. Anyway. The ownership of TikTok is no different than the U.S. and Discord. So the U.S. government owns Discord? Is that true? The U.S. government owns Discord? Really? Who owns Discord? Jason Citron owns Discord. Jason Citron founded Discord in 2015 after previously having founded OpenFaint, another social gaming platform. In 2016, Discord raised $20 million in funding. This included an investment from Warner Media. Since then, Warner Media's investment group has been shut down and acquired by AT&T. Meanwhile, the Chinese government owns half of TikTok, who, at least I thought they did, owns TikTok. TikTok, which is over 100, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Chinese technology firm ByteDance Ltd, which appoints its executives. ByteDance is based in Beijing, which means it's owned by the it's registered in the Cayman Islands. It's owned by the Chinese government. You're not a Chinese company if you're not owned by the Chinese government. You don't get based in Beijing without being owned by the Chinese government. It is common for privately owned Chinese companies to be registered in the Cayman Islands. But I thought a portion of it was divested. Douyin launched before TikTok and became owned by a Chinese company, so why can't it exist there? So yeah, no, TikTok and Discord are not the same thing. That'd be a fun show to talk about. But like I said, we have no idea where the conversation is going to go on a Wednesday night. Nobody knows what Gen X is. Y'all so damn lazy. It's 2023. We've only even had one Generation X. Oh yeah, Generation X is the least represented cohort, the least represented generational cohort. We have the fewest generational representatives in Congress, the fewest generational representatives in the Senate, the fewest generational representatives in the presidency. We have absolutely the fewest generational representatives from our we're already getting Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, millennial representatives showing up in Congress, in state houses. We absolutely we're the middle children. We're the absolute middle children of American generations. We got passed over. We just a complete forgotten generation. Just kind of went from baby boomers, and because baby boomers controlled the fucking narrative for 40 years, they didn't die. They didn't die. They're the biggest and longest living because they had all the medical advancements, and they went from living in from living up to the 60s and 70s ages of 60s and 70s year olds up to 80, 90, in some cases 100 years old. These people are the longest lived, the largest population wise and longest lived of all the generations in the history of our country. And they might end up being for at least a half a century the peak demographic, because they fucked things up so much that life expectancy is going down, quality of life has gone down, and expected outcomes for future generations has gone down over the 40 years that they've been the primary primary demographic, primary controlling demographic. Ted Cruz's dad was the post-war generation, First World War, pre-boomer. Yeah, Ted Cruz's dad was pre-boomer, but Ted Cruz was born in the late 60s, which puts him firmly in Gen X. He's in his late 40s, early 50s right now, I believe. Ted Cruz age, because I worked with I worked with a guy that went to high school with the guy. He's 52 years old. He is 52 years old. That son of a bitch was born in 1970. I mean, I hate to admit it, but that motherfucker's Gen X. I hate that guy. U.S. government doesn't own Discord. Right. U.S. government doesn't own Discord. And the Chinese government does own TikTok. So they're not the same. Not even close. It isn't owned per se. They are owned. Well, they're controlled by China. They're owned by a private company that's controlled by the Chinese government. All private companies in China are on some level controlled by the Chinese government. You don't exist as a company, as a private. There's no such thing as a private enterprise in China. It's a communist country. The companies exist because the government says you're allowed to. They have if you're of a sufficient size, they have a representative on your board. The Soviets called them commissariats. Commissariats. Uh, commissar, whatever. A political officer, if you're of a sufficient size. But when the government has full access, does it matter who? Yeah, it matters who owns it. Access and control are two different things. Um, yeah, they're definitely two different things. And yes, I agree. You are 100% correct. There are more millennials than boomers. Finally, there's more millennials than boomers. It's taken three generations to outnumber the boomers. Plus, and the boomers had to start dying off. Gen X didn't have the numbers. Gen Y didn't have the numbers with Gen X. It's taken the Gen Z, the millennials, to add to the Gen X and Gen Y totals to finally, and some of the boomers to finally start dying off, for us to finally be able to have the numbers to counteract them. But factor in the gerrymandering and the entrenched moneyed interests. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. I mean, we can start turning the narrative. We can start changing the cultural divide. We can start turning the narrative. Start moving the Overton window, if you will. But it's going to take some time. It's going to take, just Texas alone was abandoned by the Democratic Party in the 1990s. There's entrenched money. I mean, we're talking tens and some almost hundreds of millions of dollars from Texas flowing into the Republican Party. You think any company would give up hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue? No, no, sirree, Bob. It is going to take a tremendous amount of effort to flip Texas. You might be able to flip Texas for a cycle, but man, the amount of money in Texas that's just entrenched with Republican politics, it'd be like flipping California. The amount of money in California that's just entrenched with Democratic politics, nah, you're not going to flip California, not anytime soon. It's not like Georgia. There's just not as much money in Georgia as there is in Texas. You can flip Georgia, and not as many votes for that matter. But you can flip Georgia, and you can make up the votes from Georgia with a couple of other states. But you flip Texas, it's 36 electoral votes and hundreds of millions of dollars in donor funds. There's no combination of states in the United States. There's no combination of states that you could put together to replace Texas. I mean, this is one of those last stand states in risk, where you put all of your pieces in the state, in the region, in the country, and use all of those pieces to break out and try to retake the map. That's what Texas is. They're never gonna they're not gonna go quietly. Let's put it that way. Why does it matter if the data can be used by the government equally? Oh yeah, full access versus full control. But just because they have access doesn't mean. I mean, conceivably, the company any data company in the United States the government has full access to. The government has full access to your data. They can get it, whether it's cell phone data, texting data, uh, your Facebook page, your Twitter page, whatever. They have access to it, 100% access to it. But that is different. How is this different? It's different than the government actually having an ownership stake. And the reason it's different than the government having an ownership stake is because, well, let me see if I can figure this out. Because I'm actively trying to think why it's different. Because like the knee jerk reaction is no, that's different. They have access, but well, their access can be shut off. Like the company can, like AT&T can shut the government off. Like they profit from the government's access. Same with Amazon. They profit from the government's access. They have data farms and databases that are built, and the government rents that database from them, and they make a shit ton of money off of parking data in server farms where the government has access to them. They make a shit ton of money off of that. CIA contracts and all that stuff. Elon Musk's SpaceX makes a shit ton of money off of ferrying capsules to the International Space Station, sending astronauts up into space. He makes a shit ton of money off of that, but that doesn't make SpaceX a government entity. Conceivably, theoretically, they could say, "Nah, we're not gonna do business with the government anymore." Conceivably, theoretically, but if the government owns a stake in you, actually owns part of your company, they don't get to make that, and they get a say in what your policy is. The government doesn't get a say in policy at Discord. The government doesn't get a say in policy on Twitter. I mean, the Russian government gets a say in policy at Twitter because they financed Elon Musk's purchase, but or they financed a large portion of Elon Musk's purchase. But the government, our government, doesn't get a say in editorial decisions at Twitter, even though those social platforms aren't supposed to have editorial departments deciding what does and what doesn't get posted. Because they're just social forums. But there's a serious difference. If you have an ownership stake, you have a say in who's on the board. You have a say in who's the CEO. You have a say in who's the president. You have a say in policy decisions. You have a say in how the money is spent and where the money goes. But if you just have access to the data, you don't get a say in all that stuff. And yeah, I mean, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. Millennials are Gen Y. It's just a name change. Millennials are Gen Y and Z, aren't they? I thought that was just kind of like a catch. I guess the millennials are Gen Y. They're the ones that go from like 1989, 92, 93, whatever, up into the end of the millennium. So yeah, I guess that's. But for me, I was calling. I just kind of lump. There's the boomers. There's us, Gen X, and then there's all the fucking kids who are just the next couple of runs. Um, they just all kind of lump together at that point. If you're 12, if you're 35, you're just the same fucking cohort to me. It doesn't make any fucking difference. Just all of y'all stay off my fucking lawn with your damn hippity hop music and your pants down to your hips. Oh Lord. The big data companies can't actually tell the government no. When a CEO gets dragged before Congress, ultimately, yes, the government absolutely has. Well, no, the government, but even getting dragged before Congress, like when is Congress asking questions? They can ask all the questions they fucking want, but they can't tell the company because the company can always just tell them to go pound sand. Like, why don't you do this? Because no. What are you going to do? I mean, what are they going to do? They can't shut the company down. They're mining data from that company. They benefit from that company's existence. They're not going to shut down Facebook. They're not going to shut down Twitter. they're going to shut down TikTok. If TikTok doesn't divest, they're going to shut down TikTok. Um, I 100% expect that to happen. Um, and if it does happen, that's going to be an acknowledgement. Well, Microsoft got split up in the 1990s because Microsoft was actively working on uh, antitrust. They were actively engaging in monopolistic behaviors in the 1990s, and that's a rare event that the government. I mean, you got to be egregiously doing anti-competitive behaviors for the federal government to come at you, and they did. They were actively slowing down. Uh, uh, what was that browser's called? Not Net, Netscape. Netscape. They were actively slowing down Netscape on their uh, operating system and boosting Internet Explorer on their operating system. Not only that, but they were including their Internet Explorer as as a bundle integrated into their operating system, so you couldn't remove Internet Explorer. And if you did remove Internet Explorer, it would affect the operation. It would affect uh, uh, it would slow down and de-optimize the operation of your operating system. And if you tried to replace Internet Explorer with Netscape, it would create conflicts and further slow down your processing speed and your ability to process something. They were actively they were actively engaged in anti-competitive behavior, and that is a thing that will get you broken up. In fact, Google's facing an antitrust suit right now because of their AdSense, Google Ad, their dominance in the uh, internet ad space is leading to inquiries about antitrust, and that is a huge cultural change from the '80s. Over the course of the '80s, when we just decided, yeah, bigger's okay. Bigger's not necessarily better, but bigger's okay. In fact we're fine with bigger. And over the course of as the process through the '80s went, they went from bigger's okay to bigger is better. And the bank consolidations and the uh, auto industry consolidation, where the various brands that were under one rooftop slowly went away and slowly went away. There was less of a need, less of an insistence on car companies having brands that competed against each other um, in order to give the appearance of of a competitive landscape. There was all kinds of things that we started seeing consolidate. We started seeing national brand consolidation with Procter and Gamble and uh, local grocery chains consolidating into regional and national grocery chains. We started seeing airlines consolidate. We started seeing rental car companies consolidate. We started seeing all kinds of stuff consolidate because it was easier to manage 50 companies than 250 companies, and they started getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and enjoying larger and larger and larger economies of scale. And this is partly a result of the low interest rate environment. Through as interest rates are falling, they had to find return and value somewhere else. And if you can't grow your company at 5%, well, then you buy a company, and you grow your company at 5% by buying a company that's 5% of your the value of your company. Now, poof, you've grown your company by 5%. You're $100 million company, and you want to grow by 5%. You can either sell uh, $5 million worth of goods, an additional $5 million worth of goods above and beyond what you sold before, or go buy a company that's worth $5 million and add it to your bottom line, and keep going. Buy their sales and buy their sales and buy their sales. Um, that's the world we lived in. That's the world we live in, and that's the world we lived in. Yeah, it's less direct, but again, as long as the government has access to your data, it's it's no different in terms of privacy. It may be no different in terms of privacy, but we don't really have an assumption of privacy when we're putting stuff on social media platforms anyway, do we? No. Um, but if if all they're doing is mining data, then what they're doing is no different than what the federal government, our federal government, is doing. But if what they're doing is making decisions as to what you get to see through the algorithm and editorial decisions, then it is extremely different because it's not just a matter of privacy, it's a matter of how the algorithm works, what gets boosted, what, because we've seen that difference with Twitter just in the last 4 months with Elon Musk buying Twitter. We've seen the difference of what one man's editorial decision and editorial decision and philosophy makes with regards to what kind of stuff we get on our feed with Twitter. It's not the same Twitter today as it was in August of last year. Today's Twitter and April 2022 Twitter are not the same thing. They are absolutely not the same thing. If you had Twitter a year ago and you have Twitter now, your feed has changed 100%. And it's not just the people that you used to see that you're not seeing anymore. It's people that you never saw before and you're seeing now, and you have to mute them. You have to mute them. You have to block them because that's not who you want on your feed. That's not what you want to see. That's not part of your own personal echo chamber. And if that's what Elon Musk can do, then that's what the Chinese government can do. But that's not what the American government can do on Discord. That's not what the American government can do on Facebook, and that's not what the American government does on Twitter. The American government does not get editorial decisions. They don't have a man in the booth or in the room deciding how the algorithm boosts what and how the algorithm deboosts what. That's not our federal government doesn't do that. At least we like to think that our federal government doesn't do that, and there's no evidence that our federal government does that. There's no evidence to suggest otherwise. There's that. 81 to 96 is general millennial years. Yeah, 81 to 96. That's the Gen Y guys. But yeah, like I said, I just kind of lump all the Gen Y and Gen Z into the same group. They're just a bunch of fucking kids. Uh, and AT&T got split up in the what was it, 70s? I mean, it's not common. It's rare. I mean, when was the last big company that was split up? I mean, usually, when companies merge, there's a federal trade commission edict that says y'all got to get rid of some properties and these there's an antitrust review, and at least in the company I used to work at, that's how it went. They'd buy a company and they'd have to get approval from the federal trade commission, and sometimes the federal trade commission would say you're good to go with the merger, you've just got to get rid of some properties in this market, this market, this market, because you have too many properties in these markets, you control too much of the market. That's usually what they do. That's usually how the anti-trade stuff or anti-trust stuff happens, versus coming in after the fact and breaking up a company, because usually companies try to avoid monopolistic behaviors. And yeah, monopolistic behavior is ultimately in the view of the viewer, and it's also ultimately in the view of the courts that decides whether or not it's monopolistic behavior. And whether we agree that it's monopolistic behavior or not, it was monopolistic behavior because that's what the court said. I mean, it is what it is. They did what they did, and the court said, shame on you, shook their finger, and broke them up. That's how it went. Apple has slowed down their older phones. Yes, Apple has absolutely slowed down their older phones. But Apple is slowing down their own tech. Apple's slowing down their own, and so it's an apples and oranges, and it's an apples and Microsoft comparison, because Microsoft was slowing down somebody else's tech. Microsoft was slowing down somebody else's tech. So if you use somebody else's browser with their operating system, or you try to use somebody else's operating system on their hardware, they would fuck you. That would be like Apple, using, I don't know, what would it be? using Android operating system on an Apple phone, maybe. Except you can't really use an Android system on an Apple phone. Why would you want to? You went to all the trouble to get an Apple phone. You're just going to use Android system? That's dumb. Um, I mean, I'm sure there's some hackers who've done it. Whatever. Um, let them have their fun, I guess. But they're much more tolerant of that sort of thing now than they were in the 90s. Much more tolerant of that. I just kicked off my boots. We're going to have us some fun. Bigger companies of the economy scale and more subject to government oversight, which means big data government gets your data. Oh, I mean, the data question is out the door. The data question is out the door. That's not coming back. It's the question isn't whether they're mining your data. They're mining your data. The question is whether or not they have control of the company, and they don't have control of the company. That is entirely different. China has editorial decisions. China has board level approval decisions. China has China can take your company over and remove you as president, vice president, CEO, whatever. They can pluck you out and make you disappear. The federal government can't fire Zuckerberg. America can't fire fucking Elon or whomever. They can't do that. They can't. It's not the same. The U.S. mining data and the Chinese control of an actual company, a social media platform. Now, we can talk about whether or not social media platforms are as critical infrastructure as TV, radio, ports, toll booth companies and things like that, because Chinese companies are prohibited from owning, or they at one point, I don't know if they still are, were prohibited from owning port facilities in the United States, critical infrastructure like ports. They're not allowed to own the Chinese companies, Russian companies, certain companies for certain people from certain nationalities are prohibited from owning critical infrastructure companies like ports, broadcast media, radio, television, things like that. Hell, when I worked at the bank, we weren't allowed to open up bank accounts for people from Russia or Pakistan or Iran or Iraq or these terrorist hotspots or gang related hotspots. We weren't allowed to, Colombia. If you were from Colombia and you want to open up a bank account, no, you're not allowed to do business with us. Sorry, that's a high risk. That's a high risk account. We can't do that. We weren't. We were required to do additional scrutiny on high cash or high cash flow businesses like strip clubs, um, uh, 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 car washes. These are money laundering. Companies that are money laundering fronts like that. Strip clubs, laundromat, literal laundromats. High cash flow businesses. We weren't allowed to open without extra scrutiny bank accounts that were related to what was the other thing? Oh, federally prohibited businesses like weed dispensaries, or federally permitted but state prohibited. We weren't allowed to open, things like that that might be related to illegal activities, which was always dumb in my department because we work with cemeteries, and I always thought cemeteries would be a great front for laundering money because you're literally burying the evidence. Um, ha ha ha! See what I did there? But anyway, um, but yeah, I mean, prohibitions against certain nationals and nationalities owning critical infrastructure is not a new thing. Um, and mining data through Discord or any other social media app, and controlling critical infrastructure. And that's actually the interesting thing about this whole ban TikTok push from the feds is that they consider TikTok to be a critical media infrastructure. And I guess if most people are getting, or if a significant portion of the population is getting their information from social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and including TikTok, then TikTok needs to be considered a major media platform in the same, or critical media infrastructure in the same vein as network TV and broadcast radio. But, but, uh, I think it's overstating the importance of the network. I think it's overstating the importance of the platform. And it's fair to say that misinformation can be propagated through social media platforms. That's happened. That's happened recently. That's not a thing that's happened in the distant past, that you read about in history books. That's a thing that's happened in recent history that we're still writing the history about and still dealing with the fallout of, that uh, social media platforms can be used as a vehicle to spread misinformation and propaganda. But I still think it overstates the value of that platform, because it's just like, it's just one of many. But I don't know. I don't know. I think it overstates the value of the platform as a medium for disseminating information and a tool for propagating misinformation and propaganda. But at the same time, I see that social media networks have been used to disseminate propaganda and misinformation. So I don't know. I'm on the fence. If they shut it down, they shut it down. I don't care. It's not that fucking important to me anyway. It'll be a little concerning, but I would much rather it be a company, it be a platform owned and operated by a company that was not owned and operated by the Chinese government. Although the fact that the Chinese government owns and operates it doesn't really keep me up at night to begin with. Um, I don't see China as a nefarious enemy yet. I mean, I see how they could be, but yeah, I think it's an overstated, it's overstated bullshit. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, it is what it is. And you're right. We still haven't repealed the Patriot Act. I mean, that genie is never going back in the bottle, man. They are going to fucking keep that Patriot Act for as long as they can. Yeah, maybe I've seen something with Twitter. You get TikTok over Twitter? Yeah, a video service owned by the Chinese Communist government versus a tech service that's owned by a guy who's probably funded by the Russians. Yeah, I guess fair. Okay. Um, um, yeah, I mean, and that's what I mean. The, the only I don't. That's just the thing. I mean, I know that China heavily censors the Chinese version of TikTok. I know they heavily censor it, but I I, I don't think they do over here. Uh, and I don't. I mean, it's not my primary source of information. I don't really give a shit. If TikTok went away, TikTok would go away. I don't give a shit. I don't use it as a source of. I use it. Yeah, I don't know why I fucking use it. I use it as a distraction from everyday life. That's why I use fucking TikTok. Anyway, yes, I am 100% calling 42-year-olds kids. I'm 100% calling 42-year-old kids. Because my little brother is 42. Is he 42? Or is he 39? Let's see here. He's 6 years younger than me. 8 years younger than me. He's 8 years younger than me. So he turns 40 this year. Or did he turn 40 this year? He turned 40 this year. He just turned 40. So yeah, 40-year-olds are kids. 40-year-olds are my younger brother. You're fucking kids. 42 is probably grown up enough, but yeah, y'all are fucking kids. This will take more time, but Microsoft was famous as it rose up for not having lobbyists in Congress. After all that crap happened, well, they have an army. Let's see here. Did Microsoft have lobbyists? Did Microsoft have lobbyists in the 90s? How Microsoft learned the ABCs. It bulked up on lawyers and hired the best connected lobbyists. Soon Microsoft coming under criticism for being, let's see here. This is a Politico article, the first one. First day of work, 15 years, DOJ stood, the monster portrayed the Justice Department. And maybe that's why they got their shit handed to them, is because they just didn't have the lobbyists. There's naive, grown-up companies hire lobbyists. Here we go. For many years before the lawsuit, Microsoft had virtually no Washington presence. It had a large office in the suburbs, mainly concerned with selling software to the government. Bill Gates resisted the notion that a software company needed to hire a lot of lobbyists and lawyers. He didn't want anything special from the government except the freedom to build and sell software. If the government would leave him alone, he would leave the government alone. So yeah, it doesn't take long to fact check things at all. Capital D. They did not have significant. I mean that's a safe bet. I mean that they ultimately went down because they weren't shaking hands and schmoozing with the right people in government. Yeah, I mean part of it is you got to tell your story. You got to tell your story. You got to say what. But I don't think Microsoft really is hurting today. You know, they because Microsoft went down, we have, well, I don't know if it's because Microsoft went down, but Microsoft goes down and we have the ecosystem we have today. I mean they had a stranglehold on everything, but with Microsoft, and they may have cracked and crumbled on their own. They may have done that. They may have cracked and crumbled on that. There may have been a whole like end run around Microsoft. But either way, they're not hurting. They're one of the most valuable companies in the world. They're not hurting at all. They sell software, they sell games, they do what they do. They have one of the most popular gaming platforms on the planet in the Xbox. Um, they're not hurting. They're doing okay. They're doing okay. As far as companies go. Not you can't say the same for Netscape. You can't say the same for a lot of companies that they hurt on their way up. You'd buy an Apple phone with an Android system. Yeah, I don't like Android system. I don't. It drives me nuts. My son has an Android phone because it was cheaper than the Apple. I have an Apple phone because I had an Apple phone. I keep having an Apple phone. My son had an Android, and it was just because it was cheaper, and it's just I don't like it. I just don't like it. Had to run all the lists before opening any account. Yeah, exactly. This is a critical media platform. We need to go Nazi-style death camps for people using them like that. Like what? Using them like that. Oh, like to spread misinformation and propaganda? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Rather Facebook gets shut down than TikTok. It'd be great to see that attack on the whiskey secondary groups. Oh my God, whiskey secondary groups are the worst fucking people on the planet. I mean, good for them though. You know, whatever. I I'm more. All right, let's talk about whiskey secondary groups. The whiskey secondary market. That should be a whole. That should be one of my 3-minute videos. The whiskey secondary. I do not fault the people who sell a bottle of whiskey for double retail, quadruple retail, deca retail. I do not fault people for putting a bottle of whiskey out there for $600, for $700, for $800. And the reason I don't fault people for doing it is because there's dumbasses out there who's willing to pay for it. If you're a dumbass who's willing to pay 3, 4, 500 times the shelf price for a bottle of whiskey, then and you're a company that encourages this behavior by putting it in the market for well below the market value, then the market gets what it deserves. I mean, I sit on the sideline like I would love my whiskeys to be sold in the aftermarket for 10, 12, 50, 100 times what I put it on the shelf for, because that means I can double my price and triple my price and cut down on these fuckers who are buying 20, 30, 40, 50 bottles at a grab. But you know what? Honestly, I don't give a shit. If you buy a case of my whiskey, you buy a case of my whiskey, you buy a case of my whiskey. I'm fine. I'd get pissed off because I'm leaving that much money on the table. You know, if I'm selling, you know, if the retail price is $50, I'm selling it at 25. I get about half of what you see on the shelf. If you're buying it at 50 and turning around and selling it for $300, that means I've left $125 on the table because I could sell it for $150. The retailer could put it on the shelf for $300, and then you can't sell it for $300. Some other dumbass is going to buy it at $300. But the reality is, the market of people who are buying it at $300, $400, $500 at these grossly marked up prices, the market of people doing that is so infinitely small. Like most of the people who buy, like Blanton's, for example, fucking Kentucky rot gut shit Blanton's. It's a unique bottle with, you know, toppers and whatever. It's cool. It's a cool bottle. Don't get me wrong. But it's not a $300 bottle of whiskey. It's just not. It's not a $100 bottle of whiskey. It's just not. It's good, but you know, it's a whatever, 40, 50, $60 bottle of whiskey. That's all it is. It's nothing special. At least none of the ones that I've had are special. Maybe I had a weird vintage. I don't know. Um, but that's what pisses me off about the secondary market is that if you're buying my bottle at $300 from some schmo who paid $50 for it, then I've left $125 on the table, and I guarantee I'm going to try and capture that market. I'm going to try and capture that market. I'm going to see it's happening, and I'm going to release a special edition, small batch, 500, you know, maybe 500, 50 bottles, 200 bottles, whatever. A small batch setup of whiskey that, you know, it's a special edition label that's $300. Um, and then my regular stuff will stay at the regular price. And then you idiots who buy the stuff for at $50 and turn around and sell it for $300, well, you get cut out of the entire thing because the $300 bottles are out there. But you know, everybody else get the 50. And I would also increase my production a shit ton amount to get it more and more and more on the market to reduce this aftermarket stuff. But you know, I mean, if you can find somebody who's going to pay it, I mean, you get one sucker who pays $600 for a bottle of whiskey in the aftermarket price for, you know, $50 bottles of whiskeys. That one sucker who pays for that pays for the entire case that you bought. That one sucker pays for your entire case, and that makes it worthwhile. You know, you it's just like real estate agents. They sell 3 houses and they make their year. 4, 6 houses and they make their year. You know, they make 6 figures by selling 4 houses, 5 houses. Um, But you have, you know 6 or 7 cases of this stuff that you paid $600 a case. You sell 4 bottles of it over the course of the year. You've paid for your habit. You can drink a couple of those bottles for free. I mean, I get it, but as a manufacturer, I just, looking at people just falling all over themselves for Kentucky factory whiskey that has a magical brand on its label, I, that that's dumb. They're like, oh, this is a rare bottle and hard to find. Bitch, that's a rare bottle that's hard to find. That bottle's only available at the distillery. That bottle's like literally 4 of those were made. That bottle's only available in like 50 stores through the whole state of Texas. You can't even get that in Kansas. You're telling me you found a rare bottle of national brand bourbon at a honey hole in Kansas? Bullshit. Bullshit. Fucking go 60 miles west and you'll find that same damn bottle. Go 60 miles east and you'll find that same damn bottle. Bullshit. You don't know what rare is. Nonsense. It might be rare in Omaha, but everything's rare in Omaha. There's 40 people that live in Omaha and a bunch of fucking cows. Nothing's, there's not a whole lot of anything in Omaha. I don't even think they have 2 Wendy's. Like maybe 3 McDonald's. They don't have a whole lot of anything in that fucking city. Don't. Here's an idea. Don't go to Omaha. Go to a real city and look for some real shit where they have resources and they have stuff. Go to go to. I mean, goddamn, go to Dallas or Houston or just go to Kentucky. You get all that shit all over the place in Kentucky. Go to the damn distillery. Guarantee they got shit at the distillery that's hard to find. Go visit the distillery. I went to a liquor store and I found a rare thing. You didn't find a rare thing at a liquor store. Bullshit. Unless it's a craft whiskey that's actually rare. But people do, man, fucking wind me up talking about whiskey. God damn it. Homemade. Homemade down home. Play my emotional support harmonica here for a second. All right. I'm all right. I'm all right. Anyway, fucking companies making 5 million bottles of whiskey a fucking year, and you're like, oh, this is rare. It's not. It's hard to find these 1 of 1 million fucking bottles that are on the goddamn shelves. You're a fuck. It's not fucking rare. You don't know what rare is. Ugh. This is rare. I can't. I ain't never seen one of these Wellers. Weller? That's not rare. They spill more of that than actual rare whiskey gets made. There's distilleries out there that are selling 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 cases a year. That shit's rare. That's the rare stuff. The stuff that you can't fucking find, that you gotta ask, that you ain't never heard of, that nobody's heard of. That's the rare stuff. Like, oh yeah, I've seen that in a store. Well, then it's not rare. That's like saying, oh yeah, uh, she was playing hard to get with 40 other guys. She's not playing hard to get. She's fucking 40 guys. You couldn't get in that day because she's playing hard for you to get. Anywho, all right, back to the chat. Sorry, I got wound up. I need to stop being wound up. TikTok's about jiggly booze, stand-up comedy, and random silly jokes. Oh, and Flat Earth. Don't forget Flat Earth. It's about Flat Earth and stupid debates that aren't really debates. Um, yes. If your primary source of information is social media, yes, off with your fucking head. Freaking taters. Jacking up prices is a lot of reputation risk to brands. It can, but if I think there's more of a reputation risk to brands when they're encouraging this stupid aftermarket nonsense, when they're intentionally making product that's hard to get so that it fucks with the aftermarket stuff. I don't like aftermarket. I mean, I don't have any. Let me. I don't have a problem with aftermarket. I have a problem with people who think. I have a problem with people who uh, who think that it's worth spending 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, 100 times retail to get aftermarket products. I have a problem with the buyers. I don't have a problem with the sellers. I have a problem with the buyers. That's who I have a problem with. And I have a little bit of a problem with the brands because the brands are just like, yeah, we're gonna, we're gonna. I mean, they like the publicity. They like the publicity. They like the run. They like everything that goes with it, all the hype and publicity and chatter that goes with it. So the brands talk shit about it, but they encourage it. And like I said, I don't have any problem with somebody taking if I sell you a bottle of whiskey for $60 and you turn around and sell it for 600, good on you. The next one you buy is going to be $120. The next one you buy is going to be a little bit more than that. Absolutely. Maybe not 120, maybe 90. I might jack it up a little bit. I'll do what I can to discourage the secondary. I want you to drink the fucking whiskey. Buy 4 bottles, drink one, sell the other 3. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Absolutely okay with that. Because you at least bought 4 bottles. Your product can kind of work with production increases, but for brands with older stuff, they got screwed in the '80s when demand dropped. Oh yeah, the '80s fucked the whiskey industry bad. The '80s was a weird time, just a weird time in general. It was a weird time in general. Uh, Culture, flavors, tastes, all kinds of stuff changed the '80s. Whiskey went out of style in the '80s in favor of cocaine and tequila. And cocaine, tequila, and vodka was big in the '80s. Beer too. Beer was huge in the '80s. But whiskey, alcohol, not so much. Um, but alcohol brands still weren't allowed to advertise the way they do now. They weren't allowed to advertise in the '80s, or they had this gentleman's agreement where they wouldn't advertise in the '80s. Um, and then they just kind of quit with that shit and said, okay, we're not going to do the gentleman's agreement anymore. And then they started advertising, print media, uh, broadcast media, and all the other stuff. That's not true. You can get shit in Kentucky. In fact, this was the bottle that I got in Kentucky. Kentucky Bourbon, Neely Family Distilling Company. The Neely Family Distillery. I went to the distillery and got this bourbon. You want to talk about a rare fucking bourbon? I've never seen this in a store. Never have I seen this in a store. This isn't nationally distributed brand. This isn't easy to get a hold of. This isn't available in Texas. This is fucking hard to get a hold of. You go to the fucking distillery. This is a goddamn unicorn. Trying to tell me the fucking Weller's a unicorn? Bullshit. Shit's not a fucking unicorn. If it's a unicorn, then unicorn has no meaning. Because, if it's a nationally distributed unicorn, I mean, come on. That's hard to get a hold of. I had to drive 1,000 miles to get that. 1,200 miles, 1,500 miles. I had to go all the way to Louisville. Louisville. We go to Louisville. Are they in Louisville? I'm in Texas. It's pronounced Louisville here. You don't have to like it. This is in Sparta, Kentucky. Triple pot distilled. They have a whole fucking novel on the back label. Triple pot distilled, like an Irish whiskey. It's Irish style bourbon. triple pot distilled bourbon. How about that, huh? That's something that's fucking different. That's not some continuously distilled factory shit from a goddamn refinery in a field in Kentucky. That stuff. I saw the pots. They were in the middle of the process. They were in the middle of the process of the second distillation run on the product that they were making. I saw them actually making that whiskey, as opposed to the refinery at Jim Beam. You talk about rare? That's the shit right there. Any hoodles. Wait in line 3 hours at Buffalo Trace, and a good chance they won't have anything in the gift shop. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. We're still at 1989, huh? Is that it? Boom. Yep. Still at 1989. Haven't dropped any. Haven't added any, but we haven't dropped any either. Okay. Up and at 'em. Boom. If you drive through Kentucky, there are new rick houses going up the season. Yeah. Trying to increase capacity when it takes 10 years to increase supply. Yep. That's true. It's like consuming like a snake eating a deer. You see the big thing just kind of process its way through the body. It takes time. It takes time for this shit to happen. It's this is it's such a cool fucking industry. It takes time for this shit to happen. It's slow and it takes time, and you got to build market and build brand awareness while you're building the market. It is fun. It is a fun, challenging industry to be in. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, shit, our 72-hour Boomtown Bourbon was a concept in 2001, late 2001, September 2001. It was a concept, and it's finally turning into a product in May of 2023. And I'm small. That's just a year and a half. I mean, we're not producing stuff on the scale of Beam and Suntory and Buffalo Trace and these guys. We're not producing stuff on that scale where it takes a multi-million-dollar investment to increase the throughput, and then you have to do a multi-million-dollar investment to increase the storage to accept that throughput, and then you have to just sit on it for 5 years, and then you have to have another multi-million-dollar investment to increase the processing capability, so you can take that huge, vast amount of storage that you have and process it into bottles. Because if you have the same processing scale that you started with, you end up with a backlog because now you're squeezing a much larger volume through the same funnel. You've got to have a bigger funnel to get that stuff out the door. So you got to open up a second bottling line or a third bottling line in order to push all that stuff through. Otherwise, you get a backlog and a bottleneck, if you will, in the bottling line. You don't just sit on it, but you got to pay. That's right. You got to pay to sit on it. You got to pay fucking rent, or you got to pay the mortgage. You got to pay the taxes. You got to pay all the stuff that's associated with owning the property and building the. You got to pay that shit. I mean, my heart's not going to break for them. They're doing okay. They're doing okay. Yeah, that's right. It's not excise taxes. You don't have to pay excise tax on the barrel when it sits, but you do have to pay. You only pay excise tax when you process it, but you do have to pay property tax because it becomes it becomes inventory. You have to count that shit as inventory at the end of the year, which is why I try to process everything into bottles and get it sold to the distributor before the end of the year. I try not to have any inventory at the end of the year because I don't want to pay property tax on my inventory. I've depreciated all my equipment almost down to zero over the course of the last 10 years. I don't want to pay property tax on my inventory. That pisses me off so much. Like, you've got inventory, and they're like, "Well, you got to pay taxes on your inventory." It's like, fuck you, fuck you. Okay, I'm gonna pay taxes on it when I sell it. I'm not gonna pay taxes on when it's sitting in here, assholes. Uh, any hoodles. All right. It is 11:51. That means we will have been going for 2 hours. Kentucky charges. Oh, so state tax. Okay, that makes sense. The state excise tax. Yeah, the state doesn't. Texas doesn't charge excise tax on the barrels as they sit. They only charge excise tax when it gets sold directly. I don't owe excise tax when I sell it to my distributor. I only owe excise tax when I sell it directly on site. Uh, so there you go. 270 divided by 270 divided by 60, 4.5 hours. This is not a great show today. I gotta basically run 3 more hours. I gotta fucking wake up in the morning. So now is when I start doing the mental math in my head as to whether or not I want to keep running the show for another 3 hours or 2 hours till midnight or 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, or if I want to just wrap it up and take the 4 hour slot and be, I'm good with it. Because here's how it goes. Project 360 is the project that I was working on in order to work my way towards monetization. The monetization goal is 330 hours a month. The Project 360 was 360 hours a month, getting, everything up, moving it up towards 400 hours a month in order to get to that monetization goal of 4,000 hours in a year. So basically that boils down to about 10 hours a day, 11 hours a day of watch hours. So if I do a show and only get 4 hours, 5 hours of watch time, then I'm not hitting the mark. I'm falling short. Usually these shows give me about 10 to 13 hours, but usually I run these shows for 3 to 5 hours. I go to 1 or 2 o'clock, sometimes 3 o'clock in the morning. But this was a bad topic. Not a whole lot of people were interested in science fiction and pop culture. I'll note that, write it down, and not mention it again. Go back and look over my old episodes to see what worked and what didn't work. And can come up with a new topic. I don't know what the fucking new topic's going to be. I know it's unusually dead tonight. I don't know why it's dead tonight, but it's unusually dead tonight. It might be because the night's outside. That is true. It could be. But I think I don't know. YouTube drops off in view time as the season gets nicer. Oh, up in the northern. See, it's a little bit opposite down here because the wintertime, we have our cold months where we stay in, and then it gets nice, February, March, April, it gets nice, and we go outside and we do stuff out through May, and then June it starts to get hot, and July, August, September it starts to get really hot, and we come back inside. Then October, and it gets really nice again in October, November, December, and we start going back outside doing stuff. But yeah, it's been gorgeous this week. Oh my God, it's been absolutely gorgeous but anywhere between the low 70s and mid 80s. It has been an absolutely gorgeous week. You're drinking because you work. Maybe we should do another whiskey episode, a Whiskey 101 episode, where we just talk about the different styles of whiskey, the different types of whiskey, the different regions of whiskey. That'd be a fun one. Maybe I should do a whole episode about the secondary market. Maybe I should I don't know. I really enjoyed doing Smokey and the Bandit last week, talking about movies and just fucking geeking out on my fandoms. I'm a big fan of fucking Smokey and the Bandit. Always have been. Love that movie. I don't know. It's like with this format, there's like shows that work and shows that don't. Blind Bourbon and Coke Flight. See, it's hard to do a blind flight because I fly solo on Wednesday nights. I fly solo on Wednesday nights, so it's hard to do blind flights. That's more suited for a panel, a forum show, but I need better equipment to do a panel show because I really can't do Restream on my computer because it overwhelms the CPU and video cards. The CPU and GPU get overwhelmed with my computer. Come from even do a full Coke and bourbon show. Just have to. Oh well, yeah, I can have my lovely wife set them up and just like cart them in here one at a time. I could do that because we did the Brussels sprout show from the kitchen. Lisa came over, did the Brussels sprout show with my lovely wife. We did that from the kitchen. That wouldn't be bad. Um, that wouldn't be impossible. Hmm. Do a more complex type of show. I want to do. I really do want to do more. Um, but again, what I've said in the past. I'll say it again. And I'll repeat this constantly. I'm not a YouTuber with a distillery. I'm a distiller with a YouTube channel. So, maybe this channel never gets monetized. Maybe we hit our peak. Maybe we're a 2,000 hour a year channel. Maybe that's just who we are and what we do. Maybe, I don't know. 10 plus shorts and a full YouTube video cut to 10 minutes. Um, jump off but also have it as the jump off for a long live stream. Yeah, maybe. Like do a whole integrated branding type of thing, an integrated series of videos where we do the shorts and the short video and then the long live stream. Hmm. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Maybe. That's entirely. But I really enjoyed doing the whiskey talks, the short talks. Let's talk about series. I really enjoyed doing those. I only did like 5 of those. I did them back in January, but I really enjoyed doing them. Get a topic, 3-minute talk on a topic. We did terroir, we did smoke, we did ice, we did clear ice hacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and something else. Can't remember what the other one was. Um, Light editing, if any. It was basically I turned on the camera. It was a one shoot take, basically a long video short. They got between 75 and 150 views. I think my high point was 170 views of those 5, maybe. It was okay. It wasn't good, but it was okay. I was okay with it. Um, each one of those videos got 11 hours of view time, which was fine. Not great, but again, fine. Anyway. Um, Fun idea that a whiskey Coke flight. Hmm. Yeah, my whiskey isn't used for that. I have thought about selling a whiskey flight box where I have 4 sample bottles and a video and a guided tasting of the Old Humble whiskeys. I've thought about that. Hmm. People going to be pouring Coke in their bourbon. Yeah, see, but my bourbon's like a $60 bourbon. Are people going to be pouring Coke in my bourbon? My bourbon and into Coke? Are they? I hope not. I mean, God bless them if that's what they want to do, but God, I hope not. Uh, I really hope not. But like I said, you buy it, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it once you pay for it. Um, but yeah, well, see, that's what I'm thinking about, Dom, doing a sample pack, and an accompanying video. So, it has a QR code that brings you to the video on the YouTubes. So you can watch. I can walk you through a tasting of our whiskeys. You buy the box. The box would be, let's see, a 50 milliliter would be like $8 a piece. So, well, let's call it $5 a piece. So let's call it $25 plus shipping, $35. $35, you get the sample pack. All four of our whiskeys are straight whiskey, special reserve, double oak rye, Boomtown bourbon, along with a video. And I say, "Hi, I'm the Old Humble Guy. Thank you for buying our sample pack. What you have before you is 4 craft whiskeys made from reclaimed rainwater right here in the city of Humble, Texas, just north of Houston. A little jewel on the Gulf Coast, the home of the oil industry in the state of Texas." Yeah, you heard that right. The little town of Humble, Texas, barely 15,000 people, home of ExxonMobil, the ancestral home of ExxonMobil. Howard Hughes was born here. But enough of that crazy. Let's talk about the whiskey, what we're really famous for. The first one you have there is our straight whiskey. It's 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged in used bourbon barrels for 5 years. It's a clean, crisp, almost crunchy, like bright yellow fall time leaves that we don't have here in Humble because we're in the pine belt of Texas. But you know what I'm talking about. Like a crisp fall afternoon. Enjoy. And then you pour it and you drink it, and I drink mine. And then what do you think about that? Write down in your notepad, and have a little notepad in the box too. Write down in your notepad what it is you think about that. For me, well, I'll give you a chance to write something down and give a moment of silence. Okay. For me, this whiskey, it almost tastes like Granny Smith apples. It's crisp. It tastes to me like a Chardonnay or a Pilsner beer. It's a light, crisp, summery flavor that I really, really, truly enjoy, especially on hot days. It goes really good with ginger ale. It goes really good with ginger ale, lemon juice, lemonade, a little bit of here's a great cocktail for you: lemonade and just a touch of peppermint. It's our version of the mint julep. Has a little bit more flavor than what you get up there in Kentucky, but it doesn't replace the flavor of the whiskey. It complements the whiskey. Delicious. Mwah. The next one you have there on the box is our special reserve. Our special reserve is what we got when we took our straight whiskey, put it back in new barrels, and aged it for an additional 6 to 8 weeks. It doesn't take a lot of time to finish it because we use small barrels, but with the baseline flavor of the straight whiskey and the added layer of fresh oak from the finishing barrels, you get a nice complex texture to the whiskey. The barrel doesn't overpower the original flavor. It doesn't run through the whiskey like you do with typical heavily corned and heavily oaked whiskeys. And you get a nice, delightful, complex whiskey, just a little bit more mature than our straight whiskey. Pour yourself a glass and enjoy it. I don't know. Pause for a few seconds and wait. Maybe put up on the screen, hit pause while you pour your drink so that I don't have to pause. And then they go ahead and they play. So what'd you think about that one? Write down in your notebook what you thought about it. And I'll wait while you write, or you can pause the video. And then they pause the video, they write their stupid fucking notes, and then they hit play. Like for me, this whiskey, it's got a little bit more depth. It's got a little bit more depth, a little bit more flavor, a little bit more gravity to it. But it still has that bright, light, crisp flavor to it. It's not too heavy. And you'll notice what's missing in it is the rye. It's 90% corn, 10% malted barley. There's no rye to it. So what's missing is that medicine-y bite. It's that that's not in our whiskey. That's not in our special reserve or our straight whiskey because neither one of them has the rye in the flavor. It doesn't have that flavor profile. It doesn't have those flavor compounds. So it's just a bright, crisp, light whiskey, one that's a little bit lighter than the other, one that has a little bit more gravity than the other. One's for fall, one's for spring, depends on what your flavor preference is. Now let's move on to the polar opposite of those two and go to our double oak rye. Double oak rye is 95% rye. It's distilled in Indiana. We bring it to the great state of Texas. We age it in the great state of Texas with extra oak staves in the barrel to give it the equivalent of 7 years in the barrel in the state of Texas. So it doesn't taste like your typical short-aged rye. It tastes like a longer-aged rye with deeper depth of flavor and a more complex texture to it than what you would normally get. And more importantly, especially when it comes to a rye, it's balanced. Pour yourself a drink and enjoy. Pour the drink, pause the video, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I wait, they come back, and I say, see? Not quite what you were expecting from a 95% rye now, is it? Your typical ryes, they kind of have that medicine-y flavor to it. They have that heavy bite. They have that shiver that goes right up the back of your neck right there. We don't put any of that in our ryes. Our ryes are a nice, they're every bit a full-flavored, strong, robust rye. But they're well-balanced with the oak in that barrel. They're well-balanced with the oak, and they have that well-balanced flavor that gives it that nice, even keel, even with the strong, robust. This rye is like sitting in a big dually truck with heated seats. It's got all the power you want, but a little bit of comfort with it too. And that's what we like to do with our whiskey. We like the balance. We don't like to be too heavy on one thing or too heavy on another. We like the balance of our whiskeys. And that brings you to the legendary Boomtown Bourbon. Pour yourself a shot of our Boomtown Bourbon, and let me tell you about that. That bourbon is distilled right here in the state of Texas. Aged in small barrels to give us a little bit more rapid aging. We use 5-gallon barrels. We age it between 6 and 9 months. This one that you have in your hand, that was aged about 7 months. The months that it ages in the state of Texas gives you a little bit different flavor. So if we age it from March to September, it's going to be a little bit different than if we age it from November to May. But more importantly, it's heavy weighted on the corn, so it's a little bit lighter. It's a little bit sweeter, but not sweet, mind you. We throttle back a little bit on the rye, so it doesn't have that bite that you get with your typical whiskeys. And we balance it with the barrel, so it doesn't get the barrel flavor doesn't overpower the bourbon, doesn't overpower the flavor of the whiskey, and it's balanced. That's what it's all about. And of course, with all of our whiskeys, we use reclaimed rainwater, captured rainwater in our rain cisterns out back. So it's the cleanest, crispest, bestest water you could possibly get, delivered from the good Lord himself. Our legendary Boomtown Bourbon is literally turning the Lord's rainwater into whiskey. Enjoy. Pause the video and I'll wait. And then they drink their drink, and we wait, and they come back, and I say, see? Wasn't that fucking amazing? See, drinking that kind of whiskey is going to make men want to be you and women want to be with you. Or women want to be you and men want to be with you. I don't know who you are and what you do on your spare time, but enjoy yourself, man or woman. Do what you want to do. That's some delightful fucking whiskey, isn't it? Well, I'm glad you've walked through our whiskeys with us. Thanks so much. If you want to know more, feel free to subscribe to our newsletter and blah, 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 website and social medias, and come visit us at the distillery and yada, 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 do all the shit. I hope you've had a great time these last 15 minutes talking to us about the stuff. And if you want more, if you want to know more, well, I'm your guy. I'm the Old Humble Guy, your friendly neighborhood sin merchant, signing out and blah, blah, blah. I think that'd be a good fucking video. This was, by the way, a rehearsal. I'm going to go back and rewatch this and record the audio so that I can kind of get an idea of what it is that I need to say and what it is I want to say. What I need to do to make it better. All right, on with chat. Well, with Coke. People pour $60 bourbon into a Coke. Coke and bourbon's up to about $120. Okay, that's fair. I kind of get the feeling you got like money to burn, man. Ah, during the pause, play clips of me on the harmonica. Jesus, I want people to stick around. Like, here, drink your whiskey while I annoy your ears. Um, oh Lord. Um, there- they used remember when you used to get DVDs with videos and products like that? Like cost $5 or more with the DVD. Yes. Yes. I also remember when we got I have a game upstairs that is a video cassette game. It's one of those fucking uh you fast forward to the 1 minute and 38 second mark and do what they tell you to do. Then fast forward to then rewind back to the 2 minute mark and fast forward to, yeah, I've got one of those. Absolutely do. During the pause, like, but yeah, I don't have, oh, okay. Well, yeah, you got disposable cash. Once you get those fucking Rugrats, they take all your money. They take all your money. They just sap it out from various places, and it just drives me nuts. Love them; they're great kids, but yeah, I would thoroughly enjoy going on trips to Italy every once in a while without having kids. You know, the thing about them is they just want to eat. They like to eat and have shelter and clothes, and then they come back and eat some more, and then they want to go do stuff. Yeah, it's so frustrating. It's frustrating and annoying. It's like you ate yesterday, you little bastards. What's wrong with you? What do you have like a fucking tapeworm? You got a hole in your ass that drops all the food back out when you put it in your stomach? What the fuck? Weirdos. Anyway, um, and see, I can make that video public. So, like you could watch the walk through the whiskeys. It doesn't have to just be like, it doesn't have to be a private video. It can be a public video. Like anybody could watch it, anybody could do it. You walk your way through our whiskeys with a tasting video with me. Eh. Anyway, we went down a rabbit hole of women in their late 20s or early 30s talking about what they want. They all want men making $250,000, don't want to work, and two plus kids. Yeah, $250,000 salary is what is that? Top 15%? I think it's 400,000 is top 10%. Yeah, that's not common. That's not common at all. It is 'K is top 15. Yeah. 400 is top 10. Right? Is it top 10 or top 1? No, 400 is top 10. So, I guess 250 would be top, I don't know, 12. Somewhere in that neighborhood. Tamagotchis. I keep eating Tamagotchis. Holy shit. Tamagotchi. I don't think 400,000 is top 10 households. 400, at least 10 years ago, 400,000 was top 10%. It wasn't top 10. Is it top 10 households? No way. No. No. That can't be true. That can't possibly be true. Okay, those two things can't be true. 400,000 is top 10 households. 343 can't be top 5 because 343 is less than, okay. Okay, let's find out top 10% of income earners. Top 10% income USA. Landing in the top 10% is fairly attainable goal for upwardly mobile Americans. A study by Economic Policy Institute found that the average earnings of those in the top 10% was roughly $173,000. What? That doesn't sound right. Maybe it was $400,000 in no, it can't be $400,000 in assets. Top 10% assets USA. Um, well, it definitely can't be top 10% of assets. 173. So earnings of $173,000 puts you in the top 10% in the USA. Oh, I know it's a lot of money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know what $100,000 is. $8,000 a month is a lot of fucking money. Um, $173,000 a month, or 173,000 a year. That's $15,000 a month, give or take. Just a little bit less than $15,000, $14,000 a month. It's a lot of fucking money, right? 14K, 14,000 times 12. 14,000 would be 168. So 14,500 or whatever. What jobs pay $173,000 with bonuses? Trust officer. These are professional gigs. You're working financial services probably. What is that? What is this? Oh, what just happened? Can people do that? Oh, wow, that's cool. Okay, close that. Close it. Get out of here. 3 or 4 promotions. Well, when I was my previous iteration of me when I worked at the bank. I was a trust officer. I wasn't making 6 figures. I was making about half of 170. I was making about 85. But my take home after taxes and insurance and all the other shit was a lot less than that. But I had colleagues who, after bonuses, I mean, they made $120,000 in bonuses because they had huge, big, fat dollar clients. Well, they didn't make. I'm sorry, I take that back. They made $50,000 in bonuses because they had uh, big fat dollar clients. And the way we got our bonuses was based on fees. So we worked in the cemetery industry. So if you landed a big fat dollar client as a consolidator, you bring in Alderwoods or one of these guys with uh, $500 million portfolio, and we make 1% fees on their $500 million. 1% of 500 million is $5 million. So your fees went up from year 1 to year 2 by $5 million, and you make 10% of that, $50,000. That's how these guys made their fucking bonuses. But you only get that once. That only happens one time. And that makes your fucking career. You bring in one of these consolidators. But there's only like 4 of those consolidators in the entire industry. And if you're bringing in 4 of those, you have 6 people in the department, and one of those consolidators is already your client. There's only so many consolidators to go around. But there's not a whole lot of people making that kind of money. I guess. I thought it was 4. I don't know where. I guess 400,000 would be top 1%. I guess that'd be top 1%. Top 1%. Oops, top 1%. Stop it. 1% wage earners. Top 1%, $823,000 as of 2020. A more recent study, Smart Asset, points out the national average of top 1% earners is $597,000. Have my figures very. I guess that's what I was thinking. The top 1% was $400,000, probably about 10 years ago. Top 1% was $400,000. And, there was a point in time when I was like, you can't beat them, join them. This is how we're going to do it. I don't know. I still don't know how to do it, though. It is a small group. And if you think about it, top 1% of wage earners in the United States is about 100 and, let's be generous. Let's say it's 200 million people. It's not 200 million people. Let's call it 150 million people. No, let's call it 200 million people. 200 million people, 1% of 200 million people, 200 million, that's 200,000, 200 million times 0.01 is still 2 million people. 2 million people. That's a lot of people making 400K bank. 20 million people would be top 10%. Very large regional bank. And I know what the C-suite made at my consolidator business that I worked at, Carriage Services, when I was in the consolidation industry. I know what the C-suite made. All those guys made $165,000 or more, because it was publicly disclosed. It was public disclosure information of the executives. The executive packages were voted on by the board, and board minutes were public information. So we knew what the C-suite guys made, from the CEO down to the COO and CFO, the chief legal counsel, CLC. But then once you got out of the C-suite, earnings were half of that. So everybody in the C-suite was top 10%. I mean, and this was late 90s, early 2000s. This was early 2000s. So this was definitely everybody in the C-suite was top 10%. Yeah, you want to know who makes $175,000? C-suite. That's who it is. In public corporations, big corporations. Where are we talking? Where are we at? On to more chat. Very large regional bank, and I was salary data for about 1,000 employees, part of my job. These were non-sales, extremely high technical, skilled, risk and credit. 3 people were non-bonus of 175. Yeah, I believe it. With bonuses, larger group, but this is a group of 1,000 people, starting near median income. This was a skewed group. Yeah, I mean, if you're working in the sales world, you can make $150,000 if you're selling high dollar items. I mean, think of real estate agents. They make 6% on the sale of a house, maybe 3% on the sale of a house. 3% of houses around here in the suburbs of Houston run for $250,000 to $300,000, $400,000 in some cases, $500,000 if you go a little bit further out. 3% of that is $15,000. You sell 6 houses a year, you're touching $100K. You hustle for a couple of months and you sell 12. Well, now you're well above. I mean, if you're selling high dollar items, you sell construction equipment, $60,000 or $80,000 backhoes and excavators and bulldozers that go between $80,000 and $300,000. Hell, shit, if you're renting that stuff out, people don't buy that shit; they rent it. You're selling heavy equipment. My first sales gig was management track at a heavy equipment dealership. So I kind of know a little bit about that shit, but it was way back in 1999. So, good God. Real estate agents right now. It's talking about 25% reduction in houses sold. Yeah, realty is when interest rates go up, it makes it really hard to sell houses. Sales is absolutely the best way to get that. And it's fair because you're a company, you say, look, you sell shit, I'm gonna pay you shit. I do it. I don't want to pay my salesmen salaries. I want to hire a salesman and say, look, you sell whiskey, I will pay you a percentage of what you sell. Get out there and go do it. I don't want to have a fucking salesman say, well, I want to get a salary of $50,000 a year. Me, 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 me. Yeah, I'd love to pay you $50,000 a year, but only if you fucking sell some whiskey. So go kill it, drag it back to the cave. Don't be a dick. Don't be a bitch. You want to make $50,000 a year? Fine. Sell $500,000 worth of whiskey. Sell $500,000 worth of whiskey. I will pay you 10%. Do it. Go. All the sales go to you. Go. Chop chop. The rest go to me. Mm. Yeah, nobody's selling houses. Well, people who are buying houses are investment firms and uh, consolidation corporations. Uh, there's a lot of corporate housing. There's a lot of corporate owned housing that is taking inventory off the market right now. But they're not buying it from agents. They're not buying it from individual buyers. They're buying them from banks. They're buying portfolios of houses from banks so that they can turn them around and turn them into rentals. Um, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was big for the last 5 years. It's not as big now. Um, it's slowing down. It is slowing down, but it's still a thing. There's a lot of inventory out there that's owned by corporations. There's a lot of inventory that is owned by single entities. Several houses that are owned by single entities that just came out and paid cash, and they're holding them, waiting for prices to improve, or they're renting them out. And in some cases, it's shoring up the prices in communities. In other cases, it is inflating prices in communities, and in other cases, it is just um, it's just artificially choking off supply, and that's a problem. It's good for us. I'm okay with it as a homeowner. I'm perfectly fine with it because I don't want my values to collapse. But on the other hand, maybe the values should collapse. Maybe we need that to happen. I'd like to sell my house before that happens, but uh, you know, prices are at all-time highs, and those commercial loans are about to reprice way up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not good for renters. It's good for homeowners, but it sucks for renters. It absolutely. But that's yet another example of how the game was rigged in the favor of the boomers, and the elder Xers were able to take advantage of it. But it just pretty much fucks everybody. It fucks everybody else. But if you were good enough to be born young or born early in the Gen X cohort, then you were able to take advantage um, of this machine that was built for the boomers. But if you weren't good enough to be born early in the cohort, then you got fucked. And I was born right in the middle of the cohort, 1975. Mm. Yum, 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 yum. Let's see here. Where are we at? What are we doing? I graduated in 09, 08. Yeah, we bought our. When did we buy our first? I think we bought our first house in 06. See, we got in right as it was possible to still do it. We bought our house in 06. We had to hold on to that house as a rental for 3 years before we were able to sell it. In 20, let's see here, we sold that rental house in 2015, 2016. Yeah. So we moved out of that house. We bought a new built house, smaller. We moved from a big house to a smaller house, brand new house. Uh, Moved out of that house, turned it into a rental, moved into the new house. It was smaller, big yard, small house. I loved it. My wife hated it. Um, and then sold both of those houses in order to move into the house we're in now. And that's just how it is. You walked into a job market that thought it was cute. I thought my degree was useful. Yeah, yeah, that's how they fucking changed the game. They changed the fucking game. They told you to go to college and get a degree. The degree was going to help you get a job. And then you go get the degree and you come out and you get the job. And they're like, that degree doesn't matter. We'll hire anybody. And you're like, fuck. You mean I didn't need a degree? I went and got a master's degree and go and get a fucking trust officer's job where like everybody I was way overeducated compared to everybody else. I still don't know why I have a fucking master's degree. But if I didn't get my master's degree, I wouldn't have had the confidence to do what I'm doing now. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't have had the confidence to go out and start my own business. I wouldn't have had the knowledge, the business understanding. I I didn't get that in my undergrad years. I didn't have the business understanding. I didn't have the acumen. I didn't have the academic knowledge that I could then apply to value creation in a business sense. Hmm. You made more before your degree. You were in sales before your degree, I'm guessing. No, I definitely every time I got a new job, I failed upward or I transitioned upward every time I got a new job, every time I got a new job, every time I got a new job until I quit my corporate job and started doing this. Uh, I've taken a drastic pay cut going from my corporate gig with the bank to running my own business. But I'm making more value with my business, theoretically, fingers crossed, hopefully, in the long run. And I expect in the next 12 to 24 months that I'll be making actual bank paycheck money at the distillery. I mean, right now the distillery is pretty much sustaining itself. Um, and I made more on my first job out of college. That's fucking fascinating. You bust tables and you made more money than you made with your first corporate gig out of. I believe that. I believe that. My first corporate gig, I made $26,500 as a staff accountant for a nonprofit. Uh, 26,500 staff accountant slash junior accountant. No, I started off as staff accountant slash bookkeeper. That was my job, staff accountant, bookkeeper, and then I was promoted to junior accountant um, a couple of years later. And I think my final salary at that job after I think I worked there for 6 years. I went from 26,000 to I think 32. I think over the course of 6 years. I think. And then I took a new job with the consolidator and went from 32 to I think 36. I think. And then I worked there for like 6 years, 5 years, 6 years from yeah, 05, 06 to 2010. And I think I went from 30, no, I think it might have been 38 up to 45. And then 45, 46, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then I went and got my master's degree. I got my master's degree. I graduated with my master's degree 3 months after I left that job, and then took a job that was like 80. I went from 36 or 38 to no, from 42 or so to like 80, give or take. 76. No, it was 80. And then I think my final, like that was the job that I didn't make. They didn't give me any fucking I didn't get hardly any fucking raises at that job because they hired me at a premium. So I think I topped out there at like 86. I stayed there too fucking long. I stayed there too fucking long. But I made more than anybody. I think I was making more than anybody else there. But anyway, that's not to brag, but um, I don't mean to. Um, but that's just how it was. Where are we at? What are we talking about? More of my first job out of college. I took a teller job. I wasn't cut out for that job. I didn't. I mean, I liked it. It was good work. I enjoyed the running the business aspect of it, but I really hated the notion that all I did was push paper around. The whole job only existed because laws required that job to exist. We didn't do anything. We didn't create value. It was all 100% compliance, just making sure that I's were dotted and T's were crossed. We weren't creating value for our clients. It really just drove me nuts that we were just like everything that I did could have been automated. Everything I did could have been automated. And it was frustrating as hell because like that job didn't have to exist. And there I was, making sure that job existed, filling a seat, taking money from these poor people. Drove me crazy. Didn't like. I was not. I was not cut out for that job long term. But I made it 10 years. Made it 10 years. Uh, 43. Stayed there 2.5. Was 75. Left technically for a pay cut to 65. Left there at 68 or something. 2 years later, got 75K now, just over 100. Yep. Yep. That's that's the American dream, man. That's the American dream. That's how you can afford to pay $600 for some fucking scotch, man. uh, um, but yeah, for real, I'm happy where I'm at. I'm happy doing what I'm doing. Uh, I'm living the American fucking dream. I'm building my own business. I'm creating value. We have our house. I have my kids. Every little bit is every little bit, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Funny thing is, my workload has gone down since you broke 50K. Huh? Pretty stupid. Huh? Yeah. I mean that makes sense. You dump the work off on other people. That's again the American dream. Ah, I'm having this weird muscle spasm in the back of my neck. Welcome to your 40s, late 40s, kids. When your muscles just start doing weird shit randomly for no fucking reason. All right. Anyway, so it is now 12:38. I'm going to run this for another 15 minutes. In 7 minutes, I'm going to start doing my wind down, housekeeping shit, and wrap this up. And we're going to close out at 1 o'clock. Give me one more topic. Or it's below market, not below market in terms of pay, but we do work life balance. I'm a big fan of work life balance. There's a lot of people that are like work life balance is for fucking pussies and blah 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 blah. No, I mean if you're gonna spend 8 hours at a place, I saw my colleagues at the bank more than I saw my wife. I saw those people 60, 50 to 60 hours a week, give or take. I would see my wife awake 4 hours a day for an hour before we went to work and usually 3 hours after we got home. And then after that, we were asleep or she went to bed because she'd wake up an hour before me. I'd wake up an hour before work or before I had to leave for work. Our paths would cross for an hour. She'd leave, I'd leave. And then I'd come home, she'd come home, or she'd come home, I'd come home. We usually got home within 30 minutes of each other. But then it was 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, give or take. And then in the nights that we were together, we would bed down around 10 o'clock, or she would go to bed around 10 o'clock. I'd stay up to around 11 or 12, and then I'd go to bed. So we'd only see each other from 7 to 10, 3 hours in the evening, 1 hour in the morning. 4 hours a day. I would see my lovely wife, the woman I love, my betrothed, for a third as much during the week as I saw my work colleagues who I could barely tolerate, most of them. And then on the weekends, I'd see her, another 20 hours or so. So 40 hours with my lovely wife, 50 to 60 with these people that I could tolerate and who didn't know how to fucking make coffee and didn't understand that a film of fucking coffee in the bottom of the coffee pot is not the existence of coffee. Fucking make another pot of coffee, you goddamn infants. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're gonna drink the last of the coffee and then just leave the pot there at the fucking coffee maker? What is wrong with you, you goddamn heathens? This is why they had the trials at Nuremberg, among other things. Genocide and stuff. But I would see those people 60 hours. I would see my wife 40 hours during a 7-day week. The rest of the time I'd sleep. Traffic. That's some fucked up shit. I am 100% a fan of work-life balance. And I will tell people all the time, work-life balance. Like, take care of your shit. Take care of your family. Do the things you need to do to maintain your mental health, to maintain, like steadiness. Like, get your work done. If I'm hiring you for a job, do your work, like, without question. If you're going to the store to sell whiskey, go to the store to sell whiskey. Like, leave your girlfriend and boyfriend troubles at home. But get your girlfriend boyfriend troubles taken care of. Like, I don't want your boyfriend coming to the specs or the Total Wine and stabbing a motherfucker. Like, get that shit taken care of. If you need me to stand in for you, you call me and ask me to stand in for you. I'll take care of that shit. I'm not going to pay you for your service if I need to do it. But Jesus Christ, work-life balance is important. It's extremely important. Keeps your mental health good. And there was a period of time where I was like, sleep is what you'll do when you die. Do, drive, go, push, push. But always, 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 I would leave that shit at the door when I left the office. Like, I'd go into the office and I was the most competitive motherfucker. I would stand on a pile of my slain opponent's bones. And then at the end of the day, wipe off the blood and you go home. Proper professional warrior. And I still do that shit. I go into the stores, I'm like, I'm going to sell every fucking one of these bottles of whiskey. I will chase you down, throw you on the ground, pour a sample in your mouth and tell you about my fucking whiskey. You're there with me as another seller, as another a sampler or a demo artist, whatever. If you're not on your fucking game, I am going to take advantage of that situation. I am going to steamroll right over you. You got to stand up for yourself. You got to open your fucking mouth. I'm not going to sit there and be all meek and mild and like give you your chance. You take your chance. We're competitors at this point. There's only 12 people coming through that door. I'm going to fight for every fucking one of them. Every fucking one of them. Arrgh. But then at the end of the day, I'm going to shake your hand. We're going to go have a drink. You good? We're good. I'm good. You good? We're good. Besides, you're probably prettier than I am anyway. I'm an old man. I'm 47 years old. Got a gray fucking beard, wearing a goddamn hat to cover my bald head. Got a dad bod. You're a fucking 20-something-year-old former Texans cheerleader. You got an ass that doesn't quit and tits that are right there. You're telling me that I'm going to outsell you? God damn right I'm going to outsell you. You got everything going for you. You got a crowd of guys around you. All they want to do is talk to you and tell you about their coffee collection and give you their fucking phone number. All I've got is delicious goddamn whiskey and a personality that can fucking put you in a corner and shut you up. Come on. Let me tell you about my whiskey, motherfucker. Get over here. Hey, you in the back of the crowd over there. She's not going to fuck you. Why don't you come over here and talk to me about my whiskey? Yeah, it's delicious, isn't it? You want to put my shit in your mouth, don't you? Yeah, you're right, you do. Come on, motherfucker. Ooh, I'm dirty. Shame on you, Old Humble guy. But when I sell a case of whiskey and they sell 2 bottles, I feel good. I feel good. That's putting food on my kid's plate. That's putting money in my bank. That's keeping a roof over my head. They're getting paid to stand there and look pretty for 3 hours. I'm getting paid to sell whiskey. I'm not getting paid to look pretty. Good damn thing too, because I don't look pretty. I ain't pretty. Not that ain't. I don't do pretty. I do good whiskey. Put my junk in your mouth, motherfucker. You like it, don't you? You're damn right you do. Anyway, sorry. Let's get on with chat. Um, uh, Hello, Margaret. Looky there. Sunflowers is in the house. Cheers, Sunflowers. Welcome back to the party. Love me some sunflowers. 47.5 working at startup, works 60 to 100 hours a week. Yeah, work life is crazy. Works at Citizens of the Bones. I do it. See, I'd be willing to work 60 to 100 hours a week if I got 5 to 8 weeks of vacation a year. I'd give you a 100-hour work week if you give me 2 months off. Sure, absolutely. And if it's the right environment, Dustin, you're right. If it's the right environment, like, dude, I'm working my startup still, like this distillery, dude. I am on 15 to 20 hours a day. I am working all the time. I'm in church on Sunday and an idea pops in my head. I'm grabbing a notebook and I'm jotting down information, like trying to solve this problem. When inspiration hits, inspiration hits. You're on all the time. All the time. Well, like when you start your own business, you're not working. Like it consumes you every day. But I'm also in a place where I can stop and go catch my kid's recital and then leave the recital and go back to my office and work but it's not work. It's just doing, it's doing what you love. I mean, you're working all the time. You're consumed by it. You're always on. You always have business cards in your pocket. You're always talking to people. You know, you're always looking for that in to slip your card, talk to them about it. They're like, oh, like actually, one of my favorite cocktails to have was the cocktail that I had while I was on top of Pikes Peak. It just so happened to be in a flask, and it was whiskey that I made. Blah 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 blah. I make whiskey. No 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 no. You're always looking for a reason. You're always looking for a reason to do it, and you're always on, and you're always. But it doesn't feel like work. It doesn't feel like work. You drive through Nebraska and you stop at this place and get gas, and you look over at the back of the gas station and there's the Badlands Distilling Company. You're like, honey, can I go look? She's like, yeah, I guess so. You're like, okay, finish filling up the car. I'll be back in a minute. And you go prance off to the Badlands Distilling Company that's in the back of the Shell station and check and see what they've got, because you're always working. You're always researching, because it's not a job. It's your life. And there's no work-life balance, because work and life is one thing. And it's anyway, I love it. I really do. I love it. I wish it was easier to monetize your passion in America. And I know if it was easy, everybody would do it. But I really do, like, for people who love art, for people who love to play music, for people who love to uh, drive, whatever it is, for people who love to do what they love to do, woodworking, arts, crafts, whatever it is. There's a whole lot of people that have to have jobs in order to pay for insurance. There's a lot of people that have to have jobs in order to pay for um, whatever baseline shit it is that they have to pay for. They have to have a job. They have to make a certain amount of money every month. There's like this baseline income that they have to have. And I wish there was a way we could take some of the burden off of those people so that they could to give them more latitude and more freedom to monetize their passion. Uh, because I mean, there's a lot. There's a learning curve. It's hard to do it in some cases. It's just hard to figure out how to sell art. It's easier now than it's ever been before because you have, Squarespace and Wix and stuff. You can make your websites and galleries, but then you got to figure out how to market yourself as an artist and sell a $500 painting or $1,000 painting or $600 bottles of whiskey or whatever it is. I wish we as a society valued work more than we valued jobs. Because we value jobs. We don't value work. Because you can work your ass off on a hobby for nothing. But if you had a job, well, just fucking go get a job. Just go get a job. Like, anyway, I wish it was easier. I really do wish it was easier to monetize your passion. I wish it was easier to monetize your passion. I wish there was more artists. I wish there was more musicians. I wish there was more mural painters, mural artists. I wish there was uh, more people going around painting numbers on curbs. I wish there was more people who mowed lawns. That high schoolers don't mow lawns anymore because there's more money to be made elsewhere. It's easier to just not fucking do it. You can sell T-shirts or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really do wish that the pressures that push people into jobs didn't exist so that they could monetize their passion and they could live. It would be easier to live off less money. You know? I mean, like, I don't want them to be freeloading, you know, panhandlers, unless that's their passion, I guess. But, if you're a musician, it should be easier to live off $500 a month. You shouldn't have to go get a job that pays $2,500 a month or $3,000 a month. You should be able to monetize that. But the reality is a lot of people abandon their passion. They abandon their projects because uh, they have to put siding on their house. They have to get a new roof, or they have to pay for tires for their car, or they get sick and they have to have insurance, or they have to have medical bills, or they it's some kind of it's almost always some kind of financial burden that befalls them, and they have to abandon their passion in order to survive, and that sucks. That sucks a lot because it dims the vibrancy of society. And there's that creative destruction of capitalist society. That's fair. I mean, if your passion isn't valuable, you're making wizard hat pins and nobody gives a shit. Your passion isn't valuable, nobody cares. But there's 350 million people in the United States. You only have to sell, you know, 50 wizard pins a month, I guess. Whatever, that'd be 50 times 20. I don't know how much a wizard pin costs. But, you only have to sell so many a month. It's not that hard to sell 200 of those a month when you're talking about a population of 350 million. You only have to reach 1,000 people a month or however many people it is. Yeah, it's not that hard. It's not easy, but it's not that hard. There's mailing lists of all kinds of stripes. So anyway, um, there's that. It is 12:56. 12:54. I said I was going to wrap this up at 1 o'clock, and I'm serious. I am going to wrap this up at 1 o'clock. To be fair, I did a lot of work at home. Do you want a life outside work? I should get a full time. I wish I could get a full time job. I wish you could too, son. I really do. There's more to life than work. There is. There's absolutely more to life than work. Um, just think if you could monetize your passion for baseball. Like, you can't play baseball, but you love baseball. If you could monetize it, the stats and all the shit. There's several people I know on Twitter who have they had a passion for baseball. They were kind of baseball reporters, amateur baseball reporters, and they became professional baseball reporters because they turned that passion for love of baseball into like a full-on interview program on the YouTubes. Um, I mean, it's yeah, it that's cool, and you can do that. But there was this precarious position they were in for several months. The reason they could do it was because of COVID. COVID was the catalyst that allowed them to be able to do it because nobody was doing stuff. They were home and they had this market of captive market of ears and eyeballs that they could tap into for 9 months. That was their launching point to be able to take their project into a professional realm. Um, Most Americans don't find work fun. That is true. Most Americans just work. It is not fun. It's work. It's a thing they have to do. It's their duty. Um, most workplaces suck. It's true. People just fucking show up and they do what they have to do and they get the fuck out. Um, uh, but we do that. I would agree with. We do. We absolutely live an amazing time. We live in the future. We live in an amazing time to be alive. We live in a place where you can talk to people around the globe for free practically. You can fly to any place in the world for a reasonable amount of money most of the time. Communication is better than it's ever been. Sanitation is better than it's ever been. Healthcare, vaccinations, like for most people, it's better than it's ever been. You wouldn't want to time travel into the past. Um, we fucking live in the future without question. We live in an amazing time. Um, without question. Um, why it's worth doing. 99% of humans, we don't even have, that is, and that's exactly what I mean. Like if we suffered an apocalyptic collapse, like the preppers and people who are fucking like rooting for the apocalypse, what they don't understand is you're going to die from sepsis. You're going to die from an infected wound. You're going to die from measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, smallpox, polio. You're going to die. You're not going to survive the apocalypse. Most of the world's population is not going to survive the apocalypse. We're going to go from however many people we have in the world right now, 2 billion, 3 billion people in the world, whatever the number is. We're going to go from 3 billion people to 300 million. You will not survive an apocalyptic collapse of the human population. You will not fucking survive it. And if you do survive it, you're going to starve to death, sepsis, an infected wound, malaria. You're going to get dengue fever. You're going to get smallpox. You're going to get polio. You're going to get a fucking cold, and you're going to get the flu, and it's going to lead to pneumonia, and you're going to die. This is shit that we don't have to deal with because we live in the fucking future. We are spacemen, time traveling spacemen who live in the future. And we don't have to worry about this shit. You're not going to die from food poisoning. Guess what? In an apocalypse, you're going to eat rotten food and die. You're not going to get milk. You're going to get rickets. Because when was the last time you had any fucking vitamin C? You're going to get rickets. You're going to get rickets and you're going to die. You're going to die, D-I-E, dead in a post-apocalyptic world. You're not going to survive. 90% of the population dies. You're among the 90%. That's it. Hey, don't believe me? Fine. Don't have to believe me. Roll a 10-sided die. Roll a 1. If you roll a 1, you survive. If you roll any other number, you die. Do it. You're not going to make it. Nobody's going to make it. Nobody you know is going to make it. And if you do make it, you're going to die from a simple disease that we prevent today. because there you go. Anyway, astronaut's favorite candy, a Mars bar. Boo. Sunflowers. Boo. 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 Um, you're gonna die in childbirth. That's the other thing that's gonna kill you. Fucking childbirth. Um, if I were someday to get a family and have kids, I have 250 minutes where I would feel good about that. Jesus Christ, Dustin, you don't have to make you don't have to make nearly that much to have kids and a family. Trust me. You do likely today. Fine, the kind of girl I want. And let's be real, Joe. Most people don't have a passion. Most people have a few interests. They have a hobby. Oh yeah, most people don't have time to even think about their passions. Most people don't even have time to think about it. They just don't. But most people have something that gets them that gets them going. Most people have something. Cheers, Jigs. Cheers, Jigs. Welcome to the party. At least you're near Kentucky. Yeah, I can sneak out of the of Ohio. I don't know if 100% of the people die in a post-apocalyptic world. We've survived. We've shown ourselves to be fairly capable in apocalyptic events. We are still sitting at 1989. God, how hard is it to get one fucking sub? Jesus. Anyway, 1K vitamin C a day, not to mention tons of other vitamins. See, that's another thing. You're not going to get the keto shakes and vitamins daily. That's going to be gone. Everyone dies. Yeah, in the that's the accounting joke. In the long term, because the accounting joke is the accounting axiom is in the long term everyone breaks even. But the joke is in the long term everyone dies. Right. I got you. Got you. 4 times is overrated. Okay. Well, speaking of dying, I'm ready to go to bed. It's 1:02. I said I was going to shut this down at 1 o'clock. We'll go to 1:30. I'll give you 30 more minutes. We'll do. I want this fucking clock. I want this counter. I want this to pop to 1990. I want to get into the 1990s before we wrap it up. And I don't know why. I we've gotten hardly any subscribers this month. Like my shorts are doing about as well as they normally do. They've just we just haven't gotten the subscribers from them. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Introverted accountant and extroverted accountant. No, I don't know the difference between an introverted accountant and an extroverted accountant. Hopefully, you will tell me the difference between an introverted accountant and an extroverted accountant. I'll wait. I'll wait. What's the difference between an introverted accountant and an extroverted accountant? The introvert looks at the floor, and the extrovert looks at your shoes. Okay, that's actually a pretty fucking good joke. That is a pretty good joke. I'll take it. Let me double check something real quick. I need to see something real quick. Is this one? Yep. Okay. I'm checking something on my phone real quick. Don't mind me. I'm just going to you do you. I'll do me. Sit tight. What is that song? It's like mumble rap shit. See this one here. Do I need to create an account and subscribe to my own fucking channel? Just to make sure just to get up over that fucking hump? Do I need to do that? I don't want to. I mean, I'll do it. I'm not above it, but all right. So bacon's in the house. Jesus Christ. The goddamn bacon. is in the house. I'll look over here at my analytics. 430 minutes. 440 minutes. 44 times 10.3. 453 minutes divided by 60. That gives me 7.5 watch hours. Oh, so far so good. We're doing some legit in views and watch hours and subs and even money. Down, down, down. Yeah. We'll live. Looking at my channel's analytics. Someone say something about dying. Bacon joins the chat and it gets dark in here. Did it just get dark in here? Here's the here's the live count right here. Boom. I mean, YouTube is fucking with the algorithm. I don't doubt that for a second. YouTube is fucking with the algorithm. I've seen a difference in performance on our shorts. I've seen a difference in performance on my videos. I've seen a difference in performance with hours. I've seen a difference in performance with views. I've seen a difference in performance on everything. YouTube's fucking with the algorithm. It's changed since they monetized shorts. I've seen a difference in the type of shorts that I'm getting presented to me. It's weird how that works when you see a shift, when you see a change in the algorithm, when you see an update happen. It's weird, super duper weird. We received what 49. We reviewed a 49-year-old, near 50-year-old whiskey, paid $260 total for our 2 ounces we reviewed. Oof. Wow. That sounds. I'm gonna have to go watch that video. And you know, I get it. Like the type of videos like these videos, they have a limited market. You know, I'm gonna have a limited subscriber base, a limited market. I'm not Justin fucking Bieber or anything like that. I'm not Bruzel or Bruzy, whatever his fucking name is. Who has a producer who builds his channel. But I mean, it'd be easier if I had big tits. Without question. It'd be cool. But you know, I mean, I don't know. It's just it's weird. I see a distinct difference when I look at the analytics between before February 1st and after February 1st. I also see a distinct difference in the analytics from before February 15th of last year and after February 15th of last year. But then like that line, it kind of goes up, and then in February, like for 1 year it goes up, and then it kind of flatlines. Like what's been going on since beginning of February? Like something has changed. I got to shift over here. Something has changed, and so the thing that's changed, you know, that monetization formula changed, and they've been dicking around with some stuff. I don't know what all it is, and it's not you know, it's not the algorithm's fault. It's my fault for not being able to figure the algorithm out. But that's how it goes. Given the boob discussion, not sure it's PC, but it's not wrong. Oh yeah, I mean guys find value in the female form. Yeah. Daniel Tosh had the joke that there's women who are beautiful and then women who have to work. That was something like that. Something like Daniel Tosh's joke is something like that. There's beautiful women and then women who have to work like a man. You have to work like a man, sweetheart. You're not going to get anything given to you. I don't remember the context of the punchline, but that was the punchline. You're going to have to work like a man. Dating app swipes. I think it's a thing. I mean, without question, guys are stupid, and it's our own fault. We create that market, so don't act like it's anything other than guys doing shit. You have a 2 women side by side, one with big tits, one with little tits, and everything else is pretty much normal. guys, it's us. We don't go across the bar to talk to somebody about because she has a personality. We find out about the personality after we start talking to them. But we don't go talking to them because they have personality. It's all our fault. We do it. It's us. It's on us. We created this. We created this market where they can just stand there, and then we're like, ah, we did it. We did it. We're the ones who give influencers 250,000 views and 250,000 subscribers just because they have big tits and a bikini. We did that. We did that. That's not women doing that. That's us. That's us. That's all on us. We need to be better. And it's not in our DNA. It is not. It is absolutely not in our DNA. We absolutely have control. We absolutely have control. We are better than dogs. Dogs don't have to fuck everything that walks. They can control themselves. We can control ourselves. We can do better. Um, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. It's a learned behavior. It's a learned behavior. We had this discussion the other day on when I was live at the distillery. The difference between learned behavior and the difference between learned behavior and the difference between nature versus nurture. Nature versus nurture. We've had this discussion, and maybe that should be a topic for a happy hour. Nature versus nurture. The actual scientific discussion of nature versus nurture, not just the philosophical nonsensical bullshit. Cheers, Mr. Jiggs. You should be getting a box any day now. You should absolutely be getting a box any day now. And even when dogs are in heat, they can be trained not to. It's learned behavior. They can't be trained not to be in heat, but they can absolutely be trained not to fuck everything that moves or that doesn't move. It's 100% learned. Well, maybe not 100% learned, but it's definitely learned behavior. I mean, there's a biological imperative, but there's also a social behavioral structure that it fits within. Those two things go together. There's two things. If it were learned, it wouldn't be universal in every culture and every human society. It's not universal in every culture and every human society because, lesbians don't assault and attack other women when they're changing in the same locker room together. So it's not not at all it's not at all biological. It's not, and for that matter, gay guys don't fucking assault straight guys when they're changing in locker rooms together. They don't just get naked and start fucking everything that moves. It is a learned behavior. It is a learned behavior. 100% learned behavior. I mean, straight guys think that gay guys are going to fuck them. Just, they're going to be walking down the street and get assaulted by a band of gay guys just trying to fuck everything that moves because straight guys think that that's how guys work. We don't just fuck everything that moves. We don't, we're not just a thrusting penis in space. That's a learned behavior. 100% learned behavior. Socialized, learned behavior. And we, that like, oh my God, is he going to try to fuck me? No, he's not going to try to fuck me. That's you projecting your learned behavior on them, thinking that all they want to do is fuck you because all you want to do is fuck women. See how that works? Like, that's how guys work. We just want to fuck women. They're attracted to men. Does that mean they just want to fuck every man? No, that's not how it works. That is a learned behavior. And they learned that they can't just go and fuck everything that they're attracted to. Because if they try to fuck everything that they're attracted to, they would get beat up. Because, they had to hide their sexuality for years and years and years and years and years, right? Yeah. It is learned behavior. 100% learned behavior. What I'm saying is you can train someone to not express their biological imperatives all the time. You don't have to reproduce every time you see a female. You don't have to fuck everything that moves. It is not a biological imperative to force yourself on people. That is a learned behavior. That is a learned behavior. And lesbians absolutely are a culture. There is absolutely a culture, gay, lesbian, bi culture. There's absolutely a culture to that. But I mean, part of it's cultural, part of it's biological, but like the behavior around the sexuality is absolutely cultural. You know, how to behave like, just like in the South, there's, how to behave like a Southern man, how to behave like a Southern gentleman, how to behave like a New York city dweller versus how to behave like an LA city dweller, how to behave like a Houston. There's absolutely cultural imperatives to behavior. Absolutely. Absolutely. Without question. Gay men have way more sex than I don't know about that. I don't know if that's entirely true. That might be true. I don't know if that's entirely true. But even if it is entirely true, it's not like they're going and fucking everything that moves or even wanting to fuck everything that moves. They have their people that they fuck. And, the idea that women are here for men to fuck is a 100% socially learned behavior. It's a mindset. That's not your DNA. That's your society. Sorry to break the news to you, but that's just how it is. That's known as toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity. um, our DNA makes the vast majority of men like that is horse shit. Horse shit. DNA does not tell you to look at boobs. That's not what DNA does. That's not how DNA works. DNA is not a behavior modifying. It's nonsense. Oh, Christ almighty. That is not. No, sorry. Men are more proactive to pursue vice versa for the most part. That is also socially learned behavior. As far as we're not going stuff trying to bang any available. As far as we're not just trying to go up and bang it. Yeah. Nobody is going into the grape. I don't know what that means. Grinder app shows that men are way less selective. Uh, I think selectivity is probably. I don't know. I haven't spent a whole lot of time on the Grinder app, Dustin. You might want to tell us more about that research that you've done. No, you didn't have to say it. You didn't have to say that women are here to fuck. You didn't have to say it. You didn't have to say that out loud. We got what you were saying. It's cool. Heterosexual men are naturally attracted to looking at girls' chests, and that is false. That is a learned social behavior because the idea of large breasts being attractive changes from time to time. In the 1920s, smaller breasts were more attractive. Hell, in the 1990s, smaller breasts were very attractive. And it's a cultural change. It goes from small to large, big hips to small hips, big butts, small butts, skinny waist, big waist, plump girls, skinny girls. What is found to be fashionable and attractive changes with the time. It changes over time. You're not hardwired for legs or feet or tits. It changes. It changes constantly. It changes all the time. It is a social, um, it's a social learned behavior. I mean, frankly, I'm kind of partial to butts myself, and I don't even like big butts. I like tight, small little tight asses. I like little butts. I'm not a big butt guy, which, as a consequence, means I'm not a big tit guy. because chicks with little butts tend to have little tits. That's, and that's not DNA. That is learned preference. That's my personal preference. It's changed over the years. It's changed. It's different. Foot fetishes are shunned and insulted. Not always. Men repress that. Not always. But on TikTok, okay. Love feet. Really? Your TikTok's different than my TikTok. All praise the algorithm. But again, not DNA. Preference. That's like saying that my DNA, because of my DNA, I prefer Reese's peanut butter cups over Almond Joy or Mounds bars because of my DNA, and that's not true. I don't like coconut because coconut is trash. But I also had a bad experience as a child. I had a bad experience with coconut. I don't think coconut particularly tastes bad. I had a bad experience with it as a kid. That it was like I don't remember if it was a chocolate chip cookie or if it was a chocolate cake or something, but they had coconut in it, and I have not wanted coconut since. I remember that event. I don't like coconut, but that's like saying my personal preference for peanut butter is my DNA versus my personal preference, my personal lack of preference for coconut is controlled by my DNA. And if my DNA was different, like I could never like strawberries because my DNA says I don't like strawberries. Except for like 30 years, I didn't like strawberries. And then I decided I wanted to try strawberries and I liked strawberries because it was just a personal preference. It wasn't DNA, it was my personal fucking preference. It was in my head, psychological. Um, a desire to procreate and a biological imperative to look at tits are two entirely different things. They are night and day. Night and day. Entirely different things. You're equating looking at tits with procreate. Tits have nothing to do. Tits have something to do with procreating because they feed babies. But looking at tits and procreating are not the same thing. They are 100% different. And that is nonsensical statements. There are physical markers that suggest that women are capable of procreating, and large tits are not part of those because tits come into full blossom after a woman gets pregnant, not before they get pregnant. And childbearing hips, among other things, are indicators of ability to procreate, but we are attracted to small, waifish, thin, women with a small, slight frame. That's the cultural cultural idea of traditional beauty today. When back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, a wide-hipped woman was considered very attractive and capable. It is a cultural preference. It changes. It changes from time to time. You're saying it's DNA. I'm telling you, it is. There's no DNA marker that says big tit preference. There's none. There isn't one. There's no DNA marker that says big tit preference any more than there's a DNA marker that says he likes the color blue more than he likes the color red. It's a personal preference. That's it. Because there's not necessarily a human desire to procreate, because there's a significant cohort of humans that have no interest in procreating and doing the things that require procreation with the opposite sex. So some humans are absolutely not born with a desire to procreate. Some humans are absolutely born with a desire to not procreate. And some humans are 100% born with a notion that big tits are not attractive, but rather giant cocks. Because gay men have more sex than straight men. And last I checked, straight men have much smaller tits than straight women. So, nope. Nope. Your philosophy does not survive basic scrutiny. It just doesn't work. It is. I mean, it's a social preference. I mean, you have literally said guys like to look at big boobs. I go back and find it. Certainly, maybe I misread it. Maybe I misunderstand. Men are looking. Ah, here you go. Small or large, men are looking at chests and butts. That's not. I mean, no. I disagree. I disagree. They see small, large men are looking at chests and butts. Well, I mean, you could make the assumption that the larger the tits, the more attractive. You know, the more of it. That was the assumption I was making. You can deny that that's a fair assumption, but it's a fair assumption. It's not DNA. It's not a biological imperative. It's a learned social behavior. It's a learned social behavior, and it can be, you know, it can, that's like saying, it's like saying guys have a desire to procreate, but women don't. I mean, you're saying women don't have that desire to, no, that's nonsense. Your scientific, cite your studies, cite your peer-reviewed studies, and I will be willing to be, I'll be willing to be convinced. But no, I haven't seen anything that even suggests that. Nothing. Nothing that even remotely suggests anything like that. Nope. They look for tits that look like a female. No, there's plenty of guys that are. Jesus Christ, the heroin chic fad of the 1990s, the waifish. Uh, you're parsing words. You're being pedantic. Jiggly, not big. Jesus Christ, you think A cups are jiggly and D cups are not? Come on, man. Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish. You're equating. You're making a desperate attempt to equate social behavior with violence. You're making a desperate attempt to say we don't have a choice. That's just how we're wired. I'm going to look at tits because that's how I'm wired. You don't have to look at tits. You cannot. You cannot. You can choose to not. But you could also just throw your hands up and say, "I'm a victim of my DNA and I just have to look at titties." You don't have to. That's nonsense. You have limits based on our genetics and various environments. We wouldn't be here if there were no universalities of sexual market. Neither you or well, yeah. I mean that. Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, we have as a species a biological drive, a biological imperative to reproduce. Every species, every successful species, pandas excluded, have a biological imperative to reproduce. We want to reproduce. That's how we survive from generation to generation to generation to generation. But to say that our biological imperative to reproduce equals looking at boobs is not true. Because last time I checked, you don't reproduce by looking at boobs. Never in the history of mankind has a woman gotten pregnant from a guy looking at her boobs. Never, ever. That betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of how babies are made. That's not how it's done. You don't look at an ass and get someone pregnant. You don't look at boobs and get someone pregnant. That is a fundamental misunderstanding of how reproduction works. That is a fundamental misunderstanding. That's not in our DNA. Staring at tits is not in our DNA. That is a social construct. It is created for us. It is a way for companies to sell money. They sell products by playing on your urges and your drives, your uncontrolled urges and your uncontrolled drives, in the same way that companies putting high fructose corn syrup in everything we eat plays on our need for our need for energy, our need for sugar, our need for fuel in our system, but we don't have to have constant truckloads of high fructose syrup going into our system. We don't have to have sugar. We can get that energy from other sources. We can do it other ways. We don't have to do that. We can choose better options. And if a company knows that you will stare at tits and buy a brand, though they're going to show you tits and you're going to buy the brand. That's what they do. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. But no. 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 Staring at tits is not how babies are made. And arguably, staring at tits is not a way to reproduce with a woman because you're just going to creep her the fuck out. That's, that's kind of how that works. Look in the minority. I don't think I'm looking at the minority. Jiggling out big, parsing words. Of course, women want to have sex and kids. I never stated that women tend to be like men. Blah blah blah. How does a freaking dude know he's looking at a woman? How does a dude know he's looking at a woman? I would argue that a dude doesn't care that he's looking at a woman or a man, because if you see a pair of big tits, if that's all you really give a shit about, you can spend a lot of money to get a nice pair of tits and stare at a nice pair of tits. Yep. No, high fructose corn syrup is not our DNA. Jesus Christ. High fructose corn syrup didn't exist when mankind was created. When we emerged from the savannas, high fructose corn syrup didn't even exist. So our DNA doesn't say, "Oh, we gotta go seek out high fructose corn syrup." No, high fructose corn syrup is a perversion of sugar. It's a perversion of naturally sweet sugar. High fructose corn syrup does not exist in nature, so it's not in our DNA. It is a perversion of nature. So there you go. Just like photoshopped bodies of women don't exist, but companies use them to sell brands because it learned social behavior. Learned social behavior. Playing on your natural desires. You don't have to buy into that. Just like you don't have to buy into high fructose corn syrup. You can choose to not buy high fructose corn syrup. You can choose not to have your natural need for sugar to be inflamed. You can also choose not to have your natural biological imperative to reproduce inflamed by staring at tits, because tits do not make children happen. That's not your biological imperative is not to stare at tits, just like your biological imperative is not to eat high fructose corn syrup. It's a diversion of what is the natural imperative. What is the natural imperative is reproduction. Reproduction is not staring at tits. Staring at tits, arguably, gets in the way of reproduction because you look like a creep, you look like a weirdo, and kind of turns chicks off. So it kind of gets in the way of reproduction. Just like high fructose corn syrup gets in the way of nutrition, gets in the way of actual fuel going into your system, gets in the way of your biological imperative to seek out fuel and food that nourishes your body. So, no, it's not. It's manufactured sugar, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It's the photoshopped body of sugar. So, nice try. Um, tits do not let you know you're looking at a woman. I can show you picture after picture after picture after picture of transvestites with amazing tits. Tits are not what makes a woman, dude. I can also show you picture after picture after picture after picture of athletes, female athletes without tits. That is not what makes a woman. That is not what tits is not what defines a woman. You have a fucked up definition of what a woman is if a woman equals tits or if tits equal woman. That's just wrong. That is incorrect. That's not even a debatable point. That's just a statement that is not true. Before 1000 AD, a single pair of tits on a biological man before 1000 AD, I think that it's probably fair to say that there was at least a few cases of men who had bitch tits that had well, I don't know, because there aren't any photos of people before 1000 AD period because photography didn't exist. So I mean that's a fairly idiotic criteria to try and argue your point, because you're not attracted to women before 1000 AD either, because they're not even skin and bones, they're just bones. um you know, let's look at Flapper Girl 1919. So let's see here. Here you go. Does she have tits? She's pretty much fucking bored flat. She looks like she's built like a 12-year-old woman, 13-year-old boy. How about her? Built like a 13-year-old boy. Chicks don't always have tits, homeboy. Oh, here's an example. Yeah, that's a woman right there. Look at her tits. Big fucking titties, right? Hmm. Ah, that. Oh, very shapely and form fitting. Big fucking titties on those girls, huh? Dude, your argument fails on so many different measures. So many different measures. 1990 chic images. How about these sexy supermodels from the 1990s. Yeah, those are just giant knockers. That just screams female, doesn't it? Here you go. Just knock you right out with those giant hooters, huh? Yeah, then nothing says female like big tits. That's what tells guys that they're ready to reproduce. What about that? Yeah, how about there? These are chicks from the 90s. This is just like 30 years ago. Your argument is false. But I get it. You know, you have personal preference, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with personal preferences. There's nothing wrong with personal preferences. We all have our kinks. We all have our fetishes. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to have them. No kink shaming here. Be on top, be on bottom, be in front, be in back. Do whatever you want to do. I'm down with it. I like it. When I was in college, I liked them. I liked the thin athletic girls. I did. I was a big fan. My lovely wife was a tiny little, Jesus Christ, when I met her, I think she weighed 95 pounds. Just tiny little, I liked it when she walked away. She was she's still a smoke show. I love her to death. She's my girl. Um, I am absolutely arguing good faith. And I have absolutely no problem with small framed women. I think they're gorgeous. I think most women are gorgeous. I definitely have a type though. I definitely have a type that I prefer, and I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with that. I definitely have a type that I prefer. I mean, yeah, I like women. I'm a big fan of women. I'm a big fan of women. I'm not an equal opportunity uh, an equal opportunity dater. I'm not into guys. I'm not, and I'm not into all women either. There's certainly I definitely have a type. Uh, I mean, there's the idea that everybody's beautiful. Sure, you have a beautiful spirit, you have a beautiful soul, you're a beautiful person. But physically beautiful? No, there's definitely some people who are more beautiful than other people. And that's a personal preference thing. You don't have to be attracted to everybody. Nobody's attracted to everybody. I'm not particularly attracted to big girls. I don't like big fat I mean, I don't big beautiful women is their I don't like them. They're not that's not for me. I don't like tattoos. I'm not a big fan of chicks with tattoos. I mean tattoos look good on you, fine. Wear your tattoo. That's great. I don't find it particularly attractive. That's not. Uh, that's not. Yeah. It's and it's a personal preference. It's uh it's a personal preference. Uh, there's some there's just some chicks I like and some chicks I don't like. It's a personal preference. It's a if I lived in a different part of the country, maybe I would have a different personal preference because there'd be a different set of women that I would find familiar and a different set of women that would be pleasing to the eye. If I lived in yet another different part of the country, maybe there would be another set of women that I would find a category collective of women. If I was raised in a different um, in a different how do I put this? If I was raised in a different a culturally different household, I might find a whole nother set. Like if I was, for example, if I lived abroad, if I grew up in Japan or China, I would probably find a different set, an entirely different set of people attractive than if I grew up here in Texas. Because I'm guessing if I grew up in Japan or China, I would probably find Asian girls to be much more attractive than I do now. Because that would be who I grew up with. That would be who I see, and that would be who I know. That would be who I'm familiar with. So, yeah, it is thoroughly 100%. I'll go with 85%. It is almost entirely uh, uh, taught, learned behavior. We are told what is attractive from youth, from our early days. What is conventionally attractive? Women are told what's conventionally attractive. They're told from the damn near from the point where they can read what is considered to be conventionally attractive. What is blonde is prettier than brunette. Blue eyes are prettier than brown eyes. Tan skin is prettier than pale skin, unless you have that alabaster white skin, and then that's pretty. But if it gets spotted with freckles, then it's not so pretty. But some freckles are pretty, and then women are told all the time what is pretty, and how to be pretty, and how to behave pretty, and how to act pretty, and guys are told the same way. What is pretty? We are taught that from an early age, from a very early age. We're taught how to dress like boys, how to act like boys, how to do boy things, how to, you know, uh, we are taught from a very early age. We are socialized from a very early age. Boy toys and boy clothes and girl clothes and boy haircuts and girl haircuts. And and boy TV shows and girl TV shows and boy games and boy sports and girl sports. And we are taught how to behave like gentlemen and how to behave like men and how to behave like boys. And boys will be boys and girls will be girls. And don't be crass. You have to be dainty. Don't be dainty. You have to be strong. Why? Don't cry. Boys don't cry. Don't show your weakness. Don't cry. What are you blubbering like? What are you, some kind of a faggot? What are you going to act like that? Dude, we are taught from a we are taught from an early age so effectively and so pervasively that you think it's in our DNA. That's how thorough it is. That, I mean, almost from jump, almost from the point where you know they're putting blue bonnets on a fucking newborn baby versus a pink bonnet, yellow and blue and pink boy colors and girl colors from the womb. We're given boy colors and girl colors and socialized to be boys and girls and what's appropriate for a boy and what's appropriate for a girl. And girl babies are treated a different way than boy babies. It is from the youngest of ages. It's not our DNA. Not there is without question DNA differences. But a lot of what we call biological behavior as adults is shit we've learned since we've been put in the nursery. Shit we've been taught, shit we've learned, the way we've been brought up, and it's so pervasive. And if you think about it, I've got 3 kids, and from the point that we brought them home, the types of booties they had, the types of shoes, the types of clothes, the way they had their hair, the how many ribbons we put in my boys' hair? 0. You don't put ribbons in boys' hairs. The way they're pacifiers. There's boy pacifiers and girl pacifiers. You can't have that. Those look gay. Those are for girls. All of that shit is learned behavior, taught behavior from an early age, from the earliest of age, from the absolute earliest of ages. All of it. So much of our behavior as adults, as teenagers, as adults, as kids, as grown-ups, so much of that behavior we think is biological, it's taught. It is taught. So much of it is taught. How do I know what's DNA? How much time have you spent looking to it? Dude, I raised my kids. So at least 17 years of the difference between the behaviors that we teach our kids, the behaviors that I model my kids. Is this just how they're gonna be because that's who they are? Can I make them better people? My sample of 2 versus your sample of what? Of the shitting in your hand and coming up with something? Come on, man. Your mom did not raise you and your sisters the same. I feel confident saying that without even knowing, considering you're 42 years old. Considering you're 42 years old and you were raised from the early 80s forward, I feel fairly confident that you were not raised the same as your sisters. You're raised in the same household, maybe, but I'm pretty certain that at some point in your life, you were told you got to look after your sisters. I'm pretty certain at some point. Just a hunch. It's just a hunch. Mm-hmm. My boys did the same thing. They had no interest in dolls. They had no interest in And I said this the other night. They had no interest in dolls. They had no interest in, but they have stuffed animals. I mean, there's a fine line between dolls and stuffed animals. Um, they run around, they play, they be physical, they wrestle, they swing sticks, they fight, and they punch and they kick. I mean, you know, is that? I don't think that's the fact that girls don't do that. I think is taught behavior, and guys are allowed to do it. I don't think it's taught behavior that guys do it. I think it's taught behavior that girls don't. So, and that is my yeah. I think that's just how it goes. That that we think that we think we're victims of our DNA, but the reality is that our behaviors are more our they're more our choices than we are willing to give ourselves credit. Uh, we are much more in control of our we're much more in control of our thoughts and behaviors than we give ourselves credit for. Much more in control of our thoughts and behaviors than we give ourselves credit for. Uh, but yeah, just because you're told and taught it was wrong doesn't mean that. I mean, you don't. That's. I mean, you act like we have to follow the instructions that we're given. There's bad teachers and good teachers. You don't. I mean, I'm telling you, you don't have to follow your programming. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do what society tells you to do. I'm telling you that now. And you're at least you're agreeing with me. I appreciate that. That you don't have to follow the instructions that you're given. I mean, without question, we have biological imperatives, but we also the way those biological imperatives manifest themselves is learned behavior. The way those biological imperatives manifest themselves is socialized, learned behavior. Society programming. I mean, there's some things we have to do in our DNA. There's preferences that we're given through our DNA, but the way those preferences manifest themselves, that is, socially acceptable behavior. You don't just stick your dick in every hole you find. That's not socially acceptable behavior. Um, that's how you get stung by bees. You don't do that. um, but everywhere in the world, the 51% of men and women are very similar. I, I, there's cultural differences all around. There are similarities, but there's also cultural differences. I mean, yeah, you want to talk about generalities, you want to talk about specifics, we can do both. But I mean, I don't know how to, I don't know any other way to describe this, but like from birth, we are taught how to be men, how to be women, how to be boys, how to be girls. We are taught our social roles from birth. We are modeled it by our parents model those social roles. Society reinforces those social roles. We're taught our behavior, and just like guys, when I was a kid, there was the 98-pound weakling, the 1950s notion that you could kick dirt in the sand of the skinny little dude on the beach and steal his girlfriend, and then he goes to the gym and bulks up and goes and beats up his bully. That was like the thing in the that was the thing in the 50s and 60s, and it was still part of pop culture in the 70s and 80s. I mean, Jesus Christ, Karate Kid. That was all. That was all that Karate Kid was the 98-pound weakling learns karate and beats up his bullies. Um, you were taught that. That's how you were a man. You fought and stood up for yourself, and you beat up the guy, and you took his girlfriend. That was how we were taught to be grown-ups. That was how we were taught to be. You uh, groped girls and stared at their tits and treated them like dirt, and they were swooning because you were so manly. This was all social behavior. We don't do that these days. That's not how you be. That's not how you behave in polite society today. That's that's unacceptable. Shame on you for even. Jesus Christ, it's 2 o'clock, dude. I was gonna wrap this up an hour ago. 2 hours ago, I was gonna wrap it up at midnight. Now it's 2 o'clock. Man, Dustin, you son of a bitch. You beautiful, magnificent bastard. Uh, but we see it in our movies, going all the way back to the 40s and 50s, and going forward all the way through. It's just it it it. It's part of our culture. It's part of our socialization of how to be a man, how to be a woman. Our parents model it, our friends model it, our movies model it, our books model it. We see it. We're taught it from jump. And then we get upset when they say this isn't, when culture changes in society. I mean, look at some of the commercials from the 60s and 70s and 80s. I mean, the notion that, my husband was going to leave me because I couldn't make good coffee, but then I learned that Maxwell House makes instant coffee, and every cup I make is a great cup, and I make his mornings fantastic. That was a fucking commercial from the 60s. Are you kidding me? You think you can make that commercial today? If Maxwell House made that commercial today? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Oh my God. You couldn't fucking do. They're the commercials from the 60s and 70s, you absolutely could not make them today because they were so fucking culturally insensitive today, because that's not how we act like grown-ups. That's not how women act like women. That's not how men act like men. And it is full on cringeworthy. Learned behavior. It is learned behavior. And yeah, I know some of it's exaggeration. It's a fucking coffee commercial. It's exaggeration. But it's exaggeration that was acceptable, just like racist jokes were acceptable, just like, uh, using the N word was part of just casual conversation in the early 80s. That's how you were a white guy. That's how you grew up to be white. You would be casually racist. And it wasn't any big deal. That's just how it was. But you learn to be different. You learn to behave differently. You learn to grow up and grow up to be better. Every day you learn to be better. And we can be better because we're Americans. There's no such thing as impossible in America. Impossible is un-American. We're Americans. We can do things. That's why we're the greatest people on the earth. That's why this is the greatest country on earth. That's why I believe in this country, because we control our destinies. We're the greatest superpower in the world until we choose to not be the greatest superpower in the world. And we are the greatest people in the world because we can continuously recreate who we are. We can tear ourselves down and build ourselves back up and become better people every single time we do it. We, as Americans, are masters of our own destiny. We are not victims of our biology. We're not victims of our history. We are not victims, period. We are the masters of our own destiny. We are the captains of our own ship. We can choose to be, if I wanted tomorrow, if I chose tomorrow to be a banker, I could be a banker. If I chose tomorrow to be an astronaut, I could be an astronaut. If I chose tomorrow to be a cowboy, I could be a cowboy. If I chose tomorrow to be the greatest goddamn whiskey maker in Texas, well, by God, I'm the greatest goddamn whiskey maker in the state of Texas. That is why this country is great. That is why we are who we are. That is how we become better every single day, and why our tomorrows have more promise than our yesterdays. And I cannot wait to find out what that promise becomes. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, thank you for joining us. And remember that tomorrow is a promise. It's a wink and a nod. And you can take advantage of that promise. All you have to do is reach out with your one good hand and seize it. With your other good hand, fill the glass with a nice sip of nice whiskey, and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Cheers to you. Cheers to y'all. Be awesome to each other. Till next time, I'm the Old Humble Guy. You're not. Good night.